Hey guys, tonight we crawl back into the scratchy wool nightgown of history, specifically medieval wet nurses. Imagine predawn darkness so thick you could chew it. Your eyes crusted shut, limbs heavy as anvils, yet tiny fists demand tomorrow's linens. Spoiler, those linen folds determined if nobility kept heirs alive. You probably wouldn't survive the first hour, your install-worthy manicure disintegrating at the sight of lye soap. Take a breath, smell that. Wood smoke, tallow candles, and the sharp tang of sleep crushed from infants who screamed all night. Your spine crackles like dry firewood as you rise. Stone floors leach warmth straight from your soles. Historians agree wet nurses rose earliest in castle households, third before dawn in winter months. Ever wonder why medieval art shows so many yawns? Chronic sleep debt, stumble toward the hearth. Last night's embers still pulse faint crimson, one log left size of your forearm. You hesitate, linens or warmth. Duty wins. Cold air nips your knuckles, swollen from yesterday's ringing. Quirky tidbit. Some nurses swore turpentine-soaked rags wrapped around joints prevented stiffness. Smelled awful, but desperation breeds weird remedies. Linen chest looms, oak monolith squatting in shadows. Iron key chills your palm as you fumble the lock. The lid creaks, a sound like old bones protesting. Inside, yesterday's folded squares breathe faint lavender. Your fingertips brush the top cloth, still holding yesterday's summer sun warmth. Classic case of medieval multitasking, assembling the day's battle kit. Wooden bucket first, it's lighter when empty, but somehow louder. Those metal rings clank like drunken jesters on flagstones. You freeze, dreading screams from the nursery overhead. Silence holds. Thank every half-remembered saint in your head. Grope for the door latch, frost already blooming on its iron surface. Dawn's still a rumor beyond the arrow-slit windows. Your breath plumes ghost white, candle flame shivers in protest. Historians still argue whether nurses fetched water themselves or bullied scullery boys into it. Evidence points to depended on who snored least. Out into the courtyard, world reduced to grayscale. Mud sucks at your worn boots, left heel squeaking like a tortured mouse. You focus on the well's silhouette, a stone giant against fading stars. Someone hung rosemary bundles on its crank last week, superstition against water sprites. Their brittle leaves scratch your wrist, scent sharp as regret. 17 steps to the well, you count them daily. Mornings numb your toes at step 6. The rope's rough, fibers bite your palms, no gloves for this sacred chore. Each crank of the pulley echoes, iron groaning under the bucket's weight. Water sloshes, black and starless in the gloom. First droplets hit your feet, winter's teeth sinking through leather. One full bucket, done, 16 more trips await. Your lower back twinges, reminder of that fall during last winter's ice storm. Noble physicians called it wind trapped in the hips, prescribed leeches and prayer. You opted for stolen wine and mute suffering. Dawn bleeds purple at the eastern battlements when you finish. Hands raw, elbows trembling. But water now steams in 7 cauldrons. Your life, measured in liquid volume and folded edges. Wet nurses in London reportedly staged a bucket strike once, demanding extra bread rations. They got flogged, but got the bread. Worth it? Debatable. Linen inspection next, a ritual more precise than knight's sword drills. Unfold each cloth, fingers seeking hidden threats, snags, moth holes, traces of infant bile missed in yesterday's rinse. Sunlight creeps across the table, golden spotlight on your failures. Find a brownish stain near the hem, probably beet soup from that clumsy kitchen maid. Cauldrons bubble now, steam fogging the narrow windows. You measure lye ash with a dented tin spoon exactitude born from burning your forearm last spring. Stir east 9 times, chanting numbers under your breath. 2 west, wooden spoons scraping pot bottom like nails on a slate. Amazing, historians debate whether lye measurements were standardized. Answer: absolutely not. Every nurse had her own touch, passed down like heresies. Some used chicken eggs to test mixture strength. Float an egg, add salt. No one really knew why. Muscle memory takes over aching hands, dipping, scrubbing, wringing. Linens unravel into soggy corpses in your grip. Fold wet corners inward, hide imperfections like court secrets. First pressing kills weaker threads, faint snaps echo like distant harp strings. Your stomach growls. Breakfast is leftover barley porridge, congealing near the hearth. Cold lumps slide down your throat, texture reminiscent of dungeon moss. At least the noble baby gets goat milk warmed in silver cups. Class divides taste like stale oats and resentment. Barn cats slink in, drawn by the steam's warmth. One rubs against your ankle, purr, vibrating up your weary leg. You drop a porcine scrap, watch his eyes flash green in the gloom. Medieval cats reportedly loved lye-soaked linens, slept on them despite the stink. Today's theory: they enjoyed watching humans suffer. Hours bend, sun now high enough to bleach the floor rushes. You've wrung 17 shifts, 23 swaddling cloths, 9 burp rags, each piece slapped over hawthorn bushes outside nature's barbed drying rack. Thorns snag threads. You hiss curses softer than the baby's lullabies. Human limits approach, eyelids scratch like parchment, but linens dry unevenly in autumn's fickle breath. Rotate the cloths, flip sides, chase thinning shadows across the courtyard. Your life, a silent war against mildew and noble scrutiny. Back inside, starch brewing begins. Moonflower petals stolen from the apothecary's garden float in milk-white liquid. Orion glares through the smoke hole, judging your midnight thefts. Stir slow clockwise, count to 40 like a rosary. Too thick, stiff cloth chafes royal skin. Too thin, disgrace unravels your reputation. Candle dips low, wick drowning in wax. One final stack of freshly pressed linens, each fold angled to repel criticism. birch bark layers between them, scent sharp as betrayal. Storage chest closes with a sigh, echoing your own exhaustion. Dawn feels like 3 lifetimes ago. You crash onto a straw pallet, body screaming for mercy. Cold numbs the ache, mostly. Distant church bells toll matins, your cue for 2 hours of sleep. Tiny fists will soon demand fresh linens, and the ritual begins again. Historians rarely mention this part, how wet nurses dreamed of silence. And maybe murder, just a little. Your fingers trace the iron key's cold teeth, still warm with sleep from your woolen pocket. The oak chest exhales cedar resin and yesterday's efforts, its hinges singing protest louder than chapel bells. Wet nurse linens demand oak, not pine. Every spoon-fed noble brat gets splinter inspections. Trust me, you'll find splinters quicker than love in a dynastic marriage. Morning light bleeds through the granary window. That slanted gold only July mornings forge. It stripes the chest like a prisoner's cell, each dust mote counting hours till noon inspection. Historians tally medieval steel consumption by sword counts, but linen chest locks drained more iron than armories. Each key weighs heavy as a stillborn confession here. Linen piled high breathes like a sleeping child, each fold rising slow with stored summer heat. Flaws hide in stillness, so you tug the top cloth sideways. Sunbeams catch loose threads nobles would call rustic charm, right before docking your pay. Your thumbnail tests the hems, calluses scraping perfection. Flax fibers fray faster than a minstrel's promise. Always check the hour of weaving. A hollowness catches your eye, 4th stack, 2nd cloth from the left. The weaver skipped a thread count near the selvage, a sin only wet nurse fingers notice. Funny, peasants thought linen gaps invited evil spirits. That's why they stitched protective runes into underlayers. You just imagine Lady Isabel's eyebrow arch higher than the chapel wall as she finds it. 17 cloths pass inspection before hunger gnaws. Breakfast can wait, perfection won't. Your knuckle brushes a seam, feeling for irregular bumps. Some wet nurses boiled linens in mare's milk for softness, a ridiculous luxury. You know cow's milk does the same without bankrupting your larder. Palace rumors said Queen Eleanor's nursemaids used unicorn milk. Historians still argue whether that meant goats or madness. A spider flees your scrutiny, abandoning its corner web between cloth layers. You let it go. 8-legged linen inspectors work free. Blackadder herbs hang above the chest, supposedly warding off silverfish. Truth is, ladybugs nested here last spring, ate every pest alive. Nature's solutions beat monk-blessed powders any dawn. Suddenly, the chest's shadow stretches wrong. Too sharp, too soon. Mid-morning already. Panic licks your ribs like flame catching old wool. Inspections tolerate no haste. Yet noble clocks tick louder than heartbeats. Your spine cracks upright, a ledger of sleepless nights. 15 years folding teaches one truth: wrinkles hide in the rush hour soul. Final stack bottom layer always harbors secrets. Here lies the cloth that soothed last month's colic screams. Its fibers remember chamomile poultices and 3 a.m. despair. No flaw visible, but your nose catches trouble. Sour milk lurks, invisible, a ghost stain no noble eye will notice. Still, you banish it to the rewash pile. Honor lives in the unseen details. Locking the chest, you pause. That fourth stack tilts, ever so slight, like a drunkard's hat. Your elbow knows the true measure. 5 stacks should align to your forearm. Kicking the chest's bottom right corner fixes it every time. Old oak warps, much like noble promises, yet somehow endures. Sunlight now stripes your working table, exposing flour dust you'll swear wasn't there yesterday. A dry laugh escapes. Exhaustion makes hypocrites of us all, judging linen while ignoring our own messes. The key returns to your pocket, its teeth biting thigh through wool. Time to face the brewing lie and whatever chaos luncheon brings. Footsteps echo in the hall, too light for the steward, too brisk for scullery maids. Inspection comes early, doesn't it always? You straighten, palms smoothing apron creases into armor. Let the linens speak for you, their geometry flawless as frozen breath. Footsteps pass, fading toward the kitchen's clatter. Relief sags your shoulders, half spilled like oversteeped tea. One last ritual, the cedar sachet. Tucked between stacks, shaped like a swaddled babe. Its scent guards against moth desires and your darker thoughts. Legends say Charlemagne's wet nurse wore cedar beads, warding off assassination vapors. You just pray it masks yesterday's onion stew clinging to your sleeves. Palace bells toll, shaking dust from ceiling beams. The linens stir, secrets secured, flaws vanquished. Your joints creak rebellion as you turn toward the kitchen's heat. Only 9 hours till dusk inspection. Only 63 folds till rest. Historians glorify knights and crowns, but you measure eras in bleach-scrubbed seams. The kitchen's heat still licks your neck as you grab the yoke, oak smoothed by generations of servants' grip. 2 buckets sway empty now, but their weight already lives in your shoulders. Wells bore deeper than noble patience. Each hand over hand, pull a prayer for cool mercy. Mid-July dawn burns your neck, even dew flees the siege. Grass crunches underfoot, crisp as parchment, under a priest's pen. 17 trips today, same as yesterday, same as tomorrow. Most think linen washing needs lye or lavender, but dawn-fetched water holds the true magic. Wells lined with chalk stayed sweet, though peasants threw bread crusts to appease well gods. Your bucket knocks the stones, echoing upward like a thrown coin down a wishing shaft. First dip, the rope chafes your palm crease, still tender from yesterday's blisters. Water sloshes black below, waiting. Toss the bucket sideways, the trick to breaking the surface without stirring silt. Listen for that gulp, like a thirsty hound lapping before hauling. Palace herbalists claimed cold well water shrank scars. You just crave its numbness on your swollen knuckles. Farmers muttered of phantom frogs guarding deep wells. Nonsense. Yet you glance down the shaft anyway. Only your breath stares back, pale as a drowned face. Haul, muscles burning the rope, biting your shoulders. Souvenir from last winter's icefall. Note to self, pine pitch on that torn callus later. Historians still argue whether nobles drank boiled water. Commoners gambled with elbow-deep plunges. First bucket spills over your ankle, a shock colder than a bishop's forgiveness. You hiss, then laugh. Mother called this the well's kiss, said it prevented swollen knees. Her home remedy worked as well as warlock's piss. Still, you kick off your left clog, let skin meet stone. Breathing deep, counting the cobbles to stop shivering. Inhale iron, exhale limestone, repeat until the chill stops biting. 17 trips. Dawn to mid-morning. Count the buckets, not the heartbeats. They race enough on their own. Buckets never lie, unlike stewards promising lighter duties. The yoke settles its curve, memorizing your collarbones. One sloshing step, then another. Left foot damp from the spill, leaves sole prints on flagstones like muddy wax seals. Third trip, your shadow still stretches long, clinging to night's edge. Halfway, you pass the stable boys grooming a sweating mare. They ogle your swaying buckets, lads impressed by anything involving weight. One winks. You pretend not to see, focusing on the water's tremor. Men think wells breed romance. You fished out enough dead sparrows to know better. Drop a copper in their view, watch them scramble. Boys forget flirtation when coin glints. Sixth, trip, your heels crack, each step pinching like ill-tempered scissors. Remember the pig-fat salve in the still room, stolen moments before dawn. Old wives swore goose grease worked better, but geese bite harder than pigs. Left bucket leaks, a thin trail marking your path like a snail's confession. You'll blame it on stable boys if questioned. Ninth trip, the sun hunts you proper now. Sweat slithers down your spine, salted proof you're still breathing. The well-house shadows shrink, cowering from daylight's blade. Past the herb garden, its rosemary hedge scratching your hip. Sister, Agatha swore rosemary grew best when splashed with well water. You flick a droplet its way, half mockery, half habit. 12th trip, your shoulders bloom purple beneath the yoke. You imagine colors, violets crushed in a dyer's vat, the yellow of jaundiced, noble babes. The well stares back darker now, daylight abandoning its depths. A gurgle echoes up, maybe water shifting, maybe stones settling, maybe nothing. Haul faster, eyes shut, humming that tavern tune you shouldn't know. 15th trip, the world narrows to rope burn and slosh rhythm. A blistered thumb, your own fault for skipping gloves. Linen washing waits, impatient as a colicky air. But the water must come first. Tools define the task, well bucket and starch kettle, yoke and scorn. You've met scullery maids who whispered to wells, pleading for lighter loads. Your silence weighs less. 16th, your last full stride before the spill. A loose flagstone catches your clog, water sluicing over your toes. Swallow the curse. Death by drowning in 2 inches of water would be too ironic. The spilled amount equals 1 colic bath, you know without measuring. Wring your skirt hem, drops splattering like tiny betrayals. 17. Final bucket hits the washing room floor, a hollow thump to wake the dozing cats. They scatter fur on end, suspicious of your labors. Your hands shake, knuckles white as winter flax, but the tally's complete. 17. Always 17. Count again, buckets lined like drunken soldiers to be certain. A drip leaks from the 5th pail, plinking into the growing puddle beneath. Kneel to plug it with moss, a trick learned from a drunken cobbler. Linen demands pristine water, grit hides in leaks. Your knees protest the flagstones, joints grinding like millstones. Wet nurses whisper of blessed water, but it's the moss doing sacred work here. Straighten, fingers brushing the first bucket's rim. So cold, even now, your palm flinches back, as though touching a noble's wrath. The water gleams innocent as a babe's gaze, while biding its time. It'll turn cruel soon, nipping your wrists during the wash, turning knuckles raw. 17 trips, 17 futures waiting to dissolve in lye and lavender. Outside, the well exhales, its damp breath reaching through open doorways. You'll meet it again at dusk. 17 more courtships with the rope. For now, the water's gathered. Linens stir in their oak chest, dreaming of bleach and battle. Turn squinting at the sun's height. Mid-morning gnaws at your spine, no time to thaw frozen toes. Footsteps approach heavy, the steward checking his ledger's tyranny. You block the drips with your body, skirts absorbing evidence. He grunts, counting pails without meeting your eyes. Seems adequate, his highest praise, before vanishing. The moss plug holds for now. Breathe, one last stare at the well's direction, hidden behind courtyard walls. Your hands cramp, begging for mercy. They'll find none in vinegar rinses or lye scrubs. 17 trips folded into muscle memory, as permanent as yoke grooves on shoulders. The true tally, countless. But who counts breaths between waking and sleep? The first linen slaps into the water. It's thirstier than nobility at a wine trough. Dunk deep, watch fibers drink their fill. Your reflection wobbles, a stranger with rope-torn palms, mouthing old words. Washerwomen claimed well water held memories. Maybe yours will recall nothing, but cold. Steam snakes up from the copper cauldron. As you dump the last pail, watch the ghost of 17 trips vanish in the hiss. Lye ash waits, coarse, as a stable boy's jest, your knuckles protesting its grit. Remember, rub wax on your nails first, or the alkali will eat moons into them. 3 handfuls scatter across the water, chalky clouds, swirling like bishop's incense. Historians agree nobles used rosewater in baths. Yet humble lavender toned royal linens. Your fingertips bruise purple stems, oil perfuming the blade of your palm. Toss them in thrift, counting each bloom, a miser's prayer against waste. The brew seethes, great lungfuls of steam fogging the vaulted stones. Your shift clings, sodden as drowned silk, but you lean closer. Beneath lavender lies Lye's bite, sharp as a midwife's tongue. Bubble eyes stare up, slow pops marking seconds before the stirring starts. 9 times east, your paddle scrapes. The cauldrons curve like a calloused penitent. Twice west, sharper, to sever evil humors. Old wives claimed backward stirs invited curses. Yet your wrist flicks firm. Between dips dodge the belching steam. Its kiss avoids your blisters by inches. An apprentice once dumped ash straight in, no sifting. His linens scratched, heirs' raw punishment, served in noble wails. You learned young, elm ash sifts smoother, beech burns hotter willow, for gentler cloth. Your sieve hangs by the hearth, its mesh worn translucent from seasons. Ghosts coil in the vapor now, twisting like restless saints. Whisper blessings at them, they'll carry hopes to the child's cradle. Herbalists wrote that lavender steam calmed colic. Whether true or not, humming helps you believe. The lye thickens, gloopy spit stringing from your paddle. A bad sign, babies stiffen in undersoaked linens. Too thin invites mildew's bloom. 5 petals escape, drifting toward the flames like suicidal moths. Your big toe nudges them back, naked vulnerability. Only stone floors allow. Sister Agnes swore bare feet grounded ill vapors. Her bunions said otherwise. 1 petal still dies, crisping instantly, a tiny martyr. Morning light slants through high slits, aiming for your left eye. Misses, blessedly striking the starch pot instead. The beam bounces off its tin rim, daring you to smile. A slither of warmth, so rare you soak it in. Moments later, clouds kill the gift, because fate hates a grateful peasant. Battle the scum, forming swirl the paddle's edge beneath its skin. Skim, quick like plucking lice from a squire's hair. Sir Gerald's surcoat taught you that it's silk rotting under sweat and armor. Some say lather foretold fortune. Thick scum meant harvest luck. You just see work. Dump the peeled rind lemon hoarded since Michaelmas feast scraps. Citric bite fights, lies harshness, a marriage of necessity. Your nose wrinkles, wishing secrets could clean like citrus, but cloth favors acid over prayers. Stir, ignore the ache in your shoulder. It's quieter than the steward. Cool patches form beneath the rim. You attack them like invading armies. Folded cloth demands even saturation, or half the threads will fray weaker. Historians still argue whether town laundresses used double lye. Castle records stay silent. Your recipe stays written in scars, not parchment. A treacherous bubble bursts, spitting venom onto your wrist. Suck the sting out, salt sour lies sharp on your tongue. Puckers your cheeks like unripe crab apples. Linen worth its threads outvalues your skin, nobles made sure you knew. Check the thickness, drip some onto your thumbnail, a pearled bead, fast drying good. Parchment makers sold rejected hide scraps to wet nurses for testing, cheaper than ruining cloth. See the oil gleam. When nobles prattle of cleanliness, They never mention seeping wounds, testing Lye's strength. Glance towards the birthing chamber always, despite stone walls blocking the view. Yarrow grows in that direction. Featureless cracks become gardens. You memorized each fissure last winter, pacing during colic vigils. 2 rocks near the lintel resemble a swaddled babe if you squint. Dawn's heat swells. The cauldron sweats black streaks down its belly. Wipe them. Ash streaks bloom like accusations. Fetch the dashpot. 8 parts cool water to temper the boil. Too quick, and the brew curdles. A lesson learned with torn apostle sleeves. Nudging eternity's 9 stirs again. Hair escaping your cap, coiling into steam snakes. Someone left a pewter cup, too near, its handle too hot to touch. Drunkard's piss, you used it for vinegar rinses earlier. Flip it, watch the base redden, wishing wine warmed your gut instead. Wet nurses stole sips when the alewife dozed. No one told the babes. Your pinky taps the brew cautious as crow testing roadkill. Stings even after cooling. Lavender's sweetness can't hide burnt offerings. Smell the saint's incense. If saints choked on alkali, next batch gets honey. You lie to yourself, knowing candied bribes stay noble treats. Measure more water, quantities live in your gut, not recipes. Left foot splashes in a puddle, bare soles find every hazard. Be glad some laundresses ended the day boiled, skirts catching fire near cauldrons. No draft guards here, just your sweat keeping flames away. Ladle the mixture into soak tubs. Watch murky water blush lavender gray. Linens plunge their greed louder than the courtyard's noon bell. You drown them savage, fingers hunting trapped air pockets like midwives burping babes. First hiccup, a toddler's shift, tangles around the wash stick. Yank too harsh, threads scream before loosening. Gentle now, pretend it's the heirs' favorite, though you'll never know. Finer than your own child's burial gown, swallow. That thought fold it smaller. Fingers wrinkle early, prunny. Old woman digits, mocking youth's ghost. Lye stings under nails, tide it with vinegar later. 16 more loads bubble linen, born limp cleansed stiff, destined to soften swaddles again. The sun crawls higher, steam thins, ghosts retreat to ceiling shadows. Your lower back groans, its complaints familiar as mass bells. Nobles hire posture masters, you've got stone walls to slump against. Chest meets rough rock, hold, breathe, relish the dull throb over sharp burns. Our ticks, straw mat beneath your knees, shredding like piety. Peek into the cauldron, broth still clearing, like sins dissolving in holy water. Drop a sprig of rue, warding evil eyes from the heirs' sleep. Stir one last time, let bubbles crest like chapel domes. Your wrists tremble, but finish the 9th east spin, 2 west, counter the devil's whispers. Scoop a sample, hold it to the light, cloudiness means failure. Clear, blessedly clear, lavender oil, floating golden. Dump the slops, watch the gutter swallow gray guts. Another cycle done. Linens rise from their baptism, dripping promises of softness, tomorrow's problem. For now, scour the cauldron with sand, Its sides hiss like a goosed noble. Wet cloth slaps the cedar plank, water chasing wrinkles down the grain. Your knuckles sink into the weave, leaving ghost fists in the fabric. Cold seeps into your palms, summer well water, hiding winter's bite. 17 washings, each seeped into your marrow like rust, but linen's thirst for pressing. Steam rises from the cloth, phantom needles pricking your cheek. Noble babes wore linen shifts, thinner than spider silk, stitched so fine the threads vanished in fog. Your fingertips hunt imperfections. Any knot might scrape royal skin raw. A single loose thread condemned laundresses to lie scrubbing privies back in Rouen. Lift the fabric, watch it drape living parchment, waiting for your fold. Edges curl like a sleeper's spine, tame them with a bone smoother. Whalebone or ox, the tool matters less than the wrist's arch. Fold left corner inward first, a corpse arm crossing its heart. Right corner follows, mirroring funeral rites, softness cradling future milk stains. Historians still argue whether folded edges honored the Virgin's shroud or just hid fraying seams. Each crease sharpens under your thumb, skin snagging on thirsty threads. Linen clings tighter than a colicky babe. It molds to your grip, damp and demanding. Imagine the air squirming beneath the cloth, a future king or pawn, all the same to the fold. Squeeze, water weeps from the fibers. Count the drops, they slow when the weave yields. Thunder of the mangle wheel echoes from the courtyard. Spin of oak crushing wet sheets. The manor nurse's wheel, of course. Yours is the heir's first touch. Your hands are the maiden press, fingers leaving no mark gentler than dawn mist. Nobles believed first folds imprinted luck, witches whispered they stole breaths. Neither notices your trembling tendon fighting the cloth's pull. Stray dog hair clings to the edge, black against snow-weave linen. Pluck it with split nails, your thumbnail pays in torn cuticle. Blood beads swift as you suck the sting, iron tang mixing with lavender lye. 5 years passed, ragged Thomas lost wages for a hair on Milady's chemise, took to begging by Southgate. You learn saliva cleans better than guilt. Twilight folds seep into the room, gray stealing color from your work. Hurry, damp linens left overnight breed sour ghosts, and stewards scorn. Press the final swaddle square as a mass wafer, smoothing with both palms. Medieval infants wore cloth strips to guide their limbs straight, though half dyed, swaddled, crooked in crypts. A corner resists, bucks your grip like an unbroken colt. Dampness hides here, tucked deep in the fold, patient as a gravedigger. Pinch it, twist, watch the droplet flee, your victory petty, but necessary. Some wet nurses spat on stubborn creases, sour milk saliva, discouraging wrinkles. You spare the air that stink. Your knee grinds into the plank, bruise flowering under wool skirts. Noble births got padded kneelers. Your sole luxury is a gossamer cobweb above. Blow it free, watch its silk murder float, a tiny shroud for press marks. Sunset glares through the laundry slit, a final insult roasting your neck. Twist away third vertebra cracks like a wishbone's sweet relief, nipped by fresh ache. Fold 3 more cloths before dark, no choice. The heirs' cradle gapes empty. Moonflower vines crawl the outer wall, their scent seeping through cracks. Old Agnes claimed night blooms stole wicked humors from nursery air. Useful or not, their white faces glimmer kinder than the steward's eyes. Peel a petal, stick it to the plank, temporary company for your solitude. Thread count dances in flickering candlelight, 40 weft, 20 warp wealth, woven measurable. Rub your thumb raw testing it. Touch the only language cloth respects. 2 coarse, the air's wails ring past dawn. 2 fine, the laundress starves for wasting flax. Blister on your ring finger, sighs as you flatten another edge, skin parting surrender. Swallow the hiss, sound invites trouble, wrap the wound in your apron hem. Bloodstains hardly show on dark wool, another peasant advantage. Borrow a trick from the boy carter, like a crease for sharper edges. Tongue freezes against night-chilled fabric. Linen steals body heat greedily. The air won't sense your spit, only the neat fold housing his toes. His toes, so pink and curled you flinch away from the memory. Stack pressed cloths high, a lean tower of pale squares, 13 now. 13's an ill count, fold a 14th to cheat the devil. Your grandmother cursed you with that fear. Men call it nonsense. Curses care little for opinions. Candle wax puddles around the wick time, bleeding faster than your blister. Press the last piece, fold the corners thrice, sealing prayers against fray. Some swore triangular, folds mimicked cathedral arches, warding off crib death. You just want sleep. Damp plank groans under the weight, your fingerprints fossilized in water rings. Tomorrow, it'll warp anew. Fight your palms. This dance never favors the dancer. The tower sways desperate as a drunk lord. Steady it with your forehead. Cool linen kisses your sweat, brief mercy before the pile settles. 13 safe, 14 safer tradition built on ancient fears and fewer dead babes. Moonflower petals wink from the cobweb's shroud, silent as nuns at vespers. You blow out the candle, walking backwards from the linen tower, superstition your last shield. Darkness folds around you, creaking like a coffin lid, settling into earth. Your hands remember the shapes, even blind fingers trembling with phantom cloth. Steward's keys jingle down the hall, counting hours until he counts your stitches. Knuckles rest against the door, swollen joints mirroring creased linen grooves. One last ache before rest. Moonlit cobblestones guide you, each step a knotting muscle crackle of frost underfoot. The well crouches ahead, water colder than forgiveness, waiting to bless tomorrow's thirst. Sunlight stabs through the shutters, crude alarm for a body still humming with well-watered chill. You shoulder the wicker basket, damp linens inside weighing more than the air's future sins. Hawthorn bushes claw at the eastern wall, their May blossoms long dead, leaving only spiteful thorns. Medieval laundresses prized hawthorns for bleaching, believing their spines scared off stained demons. You've yet to see a demon, unless you count the steward's vinegar smile. Lay the first cloth over branches. Thorns bite fabric like stubborn lice, threads snagging protest. Humming helps, a tuneless drone to outpace the urge to yank. Someone strung cowbells on the far bushes, ding-dong defense against linen thieves. Old Nan swore hawthorns near castles grew from witch bones, their thorns thicker for bitterness. A thorn splits your thumbnail, revenge for yesterday's muttered curse about noble brats. Bleaching demands stillness, yet your hips sway, shifting weight to numb the arching spine. Tudor wet nurses earned extra ale rations for sun-bleaching royal linens. Your reward is a blister. Historians still argue whether hawthorns were chosen for practicality or just to torment laundresses. Sun climbs, heat glues your underdress to shoulder blades, sweat tracing new paths down spine ladder. 3 noble ladies stroll the upper gallery, their freckle fear keeping them shaded. You imagine draping them over bushes, their silk gowns collecting thorns like badges. Wind flirts with your hemmed cloth, peeling corners back with mischievous fingers. The heirs' birth shift flaps like a surrender flag, sunlight stabbing through its weave. Repin it, thumb jabbing a thorn, watch blood jewel the linen. Spit cleans fast, saliva erasing evidence before the steward's eagle eye. Ants discover your ankles, tiny Vikings raiding sweat trails. Stomp discreetly, only your shadow dances. Linen inspection happens uphill. Noble infants wore sun-bleached shrouds as baptism gowns, death and life sharing threads. Shadows shorten your stomach gurgles, breakfast a half-remembered crust. Count the cloths, 27 pinned, each thorn hole a future mending nightmare. Hawthorn scent clings, bittergreen mixing with rising lye smell from the washing yards. Bend to retrieve a dropped clothespin, your backbone crackles like castle flagstones under siege. Blowflies investigate wet patches, zigzagging over milk stains like greedy bailiffs. Swat without breaking rhythm, left hand pins, right hand shoes, full body exhaustion multitasking. They say flies near hawthorns carry fairy curses. You trade curses for ale. Sun bleaches resolve to patience fraying as shadows crawl toward the dovecote. Unpin a drier cloth, yank too hard, fabric screams down the middle. The rent gapes, white as a noblewoman's sneer, before your needle hand flashes rescue. Stitch it blind, buried in folds. Even stewards overlook hidden sutures. Lady's maid giggles nearby, her lover gifting stolen honeycomb. Let them feast. You lick salt from your wrist, savoring your own bitterness. Hawthorns bloomed white for chastity once, now they bristle with cuckold thorns. Sweat drips off your nose, plink onto the heir's future swaddle. Thunder growls west, clouds conspiring to unravel your work. Race the rain, unpinning frenzy sharpening your movements to dagger points. Fold half-dry linen, stiff as a priest's collar, into the basket. The maiden's tower bells toll the 5th hour, your spine tolls back. Flax fields ripple gold beyond the walls, their sway mocking your stiff gait. Bend to cram in the last cloth, basket now pregnant with sun-bleached labor. Hawthorn shadows stretch long tired as your arms, as you turn toward starch vats. Dew waits in the cracks of tomorrow's stones, ready to steal your warmth again. The starch vats exhale mushroom-scented steam, your eyelashes gluing themselves into clumps with each blink. Night air bites where sweat once pooled, rankling like unpaid debts. You lug the basket toward copper basins, linens eager to drink starch thick as noble blood. Starch making meant power in Tudor times. Royal nurseries demanded 16 consistency grades. Yours has two too weak or too strong, both earning the steward's wrath. Crumble moonflower petals into the nearest vat, their white faces dissolving into milk-thick liquid. Orion flickers above three-star belt, guiding your iron ladle stir. Medieval cooks swore night-blooming flowers thickened starch faster. Science frowns, but your arms believe. Count rotations. 11 east pause 8 west. The stew thickens like chapel silence. A bubble bursts, spitting hot starch onto your wrist. You hiss, sucking the burn salt skin, ruining flavorless gloop. Historians still argue whether starch caused more infant rashes or just noble excuses to blame laundresses. Your ladle scrapes sludge from the vat's belly, drips, falling slow as regret. Too thin, weak fibers sag, milk leaks bloom like cowardice. Too thick, fabric cracks, babies itch like flea-bitten hounds. This batch clings to the ladle, slow tears, a good sign. Strain it through last winter's moth-chewed shawl threads, catching clumps like fishnets. Drops spatter the dirt. Ants swarm this unexpected manna, doomed to gum together deaths. You sprinkle bergamot oil stolen from the perfumer's trash to mask scorched potato stink. Footsteps crunch gravel. You freeze ladle mid-pour like a criminal caught. Just the tanners, boy smuggling pig bladders, both nod allies in midnight crimes. Your pulse flutters, a trapped moth, before settling back into drudgery. Dip the first cloth, ere ceremonial swaddle, fabric drinking starch like gossip. Squeeze, gently, wrists aching, imagine noble ladies suffocating in this grip. The linen firms in your hands, stiffening into approval like a priest's collar. Folded arms protest, muscles remembering dawns, 47 well halls, and the hawthorn's spite. Moonflowers glimmer beyond the stable, cheating daylight like your stolen bergamot. Starch drips from elbow to ground, shaping tiny craters in the dirt. Some wet nurses drank moonflower tea for calm, found face down in drainage ditches instead. You dunk another cloth, pretend it's the steward's beard, savor the imagined stiffness. Your pinky nudges the vat, scorch rips through skin, too numb to flinch. Blisters join yesterday's thorn wound, purple badge of sleepless service. Stir the starch, counterclockwise now, defying some long-dead nun's instruction manual. Stars blur, you blink away exhaustion, bend to retrieve a dropped linen clip. Your spine cracks, boulders grinding in a quarry too loud for night's hush. Owls mock from the granary, swiveling heads, tracking your sluggish chores. Starch crusts your nails, moonlit pearlescence on split cuticles. You scrape it off, tongue testing the taste, bitter glue and wasted effort. Noble babes wear starch like armor, your future calluses will outlast theirs. Dawn inches closer, stainless steel gray eating starfields. Basins empty, linens mummified in stiff perfection, stacked taller than your exhausted pride. Hide the moonflower stems under a rock evidence, burns worse than murder here. Drag your feet toward the nursery tower, each step crushing Orion's reflection in puddles. The stones know your weight, groaning their recognition, unimpressed by starch or silence. Wind sneaks through your underdress, shivering you awake as false dawn pales the east. Breathe deep bergamot ghosts, haunt your sleeves, proof of tiny rebellions. Perfect linens await noble scrutiny, ready to stiffen around a squalling life you'll never name. Cold stone tiles suck warmth from your soles, forcing your spine straighter with each step. You ease the starch-stiffened linens onto the worktable corners, jabbing like starched accusations. Dawn bleeds through narrow windows, cheap replacements after some nobles misplaced siege funds. Start with the heirs salvage swaddle, diagonal creases, cradle vomit leaks, without super self-regard. Fold corner to corner, seams kissing precise as courtiers' handshakes. Milk stains demand discretion, never center folds, only edges hiding tomorrow's messes. Nightshirts demand squares, despite baby limbs fighting simplicity. Medieval housekeeping manuals obsess over square symbolism, Earth's stability for restless souls. Your knuckles dent the fabric, pressing permanence into threads that'll fray by noon. Swaddling cloths crave triangles, wicking away urine faster than nursemaids gossip. Pointed ends tuck quick during midnight scream, just wetness, not colic, not curses. Historians still argue whether precise angles represented devotion or just another way to rank servants. One linen rebels wrinkling like a drunkard's cheek. You spit on the fabric need betrayal, under your palm smear lunar moisture for compliance. 14th century nuns swore defiance needed saliva, no spices to break cloth's pride. A misplaced fold exposes last week's beetroot accident, pink blush on pious white. Turn the cloth, flip shame into interior lining. No one inspects what touches infant skin. Your fingernail traces the hidden stain's edge, remembering stolen wine. And the pastry cooks laughter. Sunlight hits the table, revealing warp-weft misalignments, invisible by candle haze. Midsummer flax rushes cause these sloppy weaves, 10 harvests since the last good thread year. Adjust the triangle fold, counting under your breath, 11 seconds per crease for luck. Stack each finished piece, higher trembling, until heights match your elbow measure like jewelers judge gold. 5 stacks per nursery code, not 6, never 3, some dead duke's numerological preference. Centuries later, wrangling ancient rules feels like ghost wrestling. The final shawl needs a pleat secret keeper for hushing midnight coughs without magic. Pleats confuse mildew, milliners claim, trapping damp where sunlight never touches. Your thumb tucks the fabric thrice, ritual older than the manor's crumbling towers. Fold margins matter, 2 finger widths prevents unraveling, 3 invites chaos. An apprentice once left 3, got flogged, now mans the cesspit pumps. You check twice, slide linens into the cedar chest, hinges sighing like grateful pensioners. Each nested cloth nestles, squares cradling triangles, diagonals bisecting squares, order in repeat patterns. 13th century Flemish illuminations show Mary folding similarly. Jesus's swaddle lines matching yours. Her fingers, you note, lack your burn scars. Bend to lock the chest, your knees popping like walnut shells under boot heels. The manor rustles awake, scullery clatter, drifting upstairs, muffled by stone hall tombs. You wipe starch grit from your lashes, blinking at the finished work, temporary conqueror of chaos. Wind sneaks through arrow-slit windows, test-flicking cloth edges you battled into submission. They hold defiant against nature, as you never could against the steward's whims. Your laugh startles a mouse chewing bergamot remnants, both thieves in daylight. Morning bells shatter the last quiet, their vibrations, toppling a poorly stacked washcloth. You catch it midair, muscles screaming pride, flushed at this small salvation. Refold it faster, creases sharp as betrayal, before footsteps climb the tower stairs. 5 years ago your folds took thrice, as long needed rulers and prayer. Now flesh measures fabric, a mobile gnomon marking solstices in linen, not stone. Time charts its passage in your calluses, each groove a conquered chore. The chest smells of resin and obedience, heady as chapel incense. You lean against it, stealing 6 breaths, letting cold cedar press into your sore hip. 2 buttons peek from beneath illegal ivory, from last winter's contraband trade. Heels click outside, too swift for stable boys, too dainty for laundresses. You spring upright, smoothing your apron, burying exhaustion under focus woodcarvers give saint statues. The door creaks, a herald announcing scrutiny's arrival. Your folds standing at attention. The steward marches in, mistress of perpetual frowns, her gaze inventorying the chest before your face. Birch bark sheets whisper as you lift them, precious as pardons from the Pope. Wrapping linens here feels like armoring infants against a siege of grime and judgment. Airtight, yet breathable, this bark guards better than castle walls, keeps silverfish from feasting. Historians adore birch storage for its rotting resistance, ignoring how blisters rise when bark snags hangnails. 7 years back, a noble's wet nurse faced silverfish infestations, her linen folds blamed rather than damp masonry. Experts think those pests embodied envy, creeping nobodies drawn to status by proxy cloth. Each stack must align with your elbows bend, nature's measuring stick, uniform as monks' chants. 5 piles tonight, no more, even if leftover linens beg for inclusion. 100 years ago, some duke's numerologist decreed 5 as holy, warding off infant pox with geometry, ghost wrestling bureaucratic nonsense. Yet elbows don't lie. Peel the bark slowly, thin layers flaking like burnt pastry, crust, scent sharp as pine quarrels. Folded linens nestle between strips, their white faces shielded by nature's stained glass. Press until resin bleeds amber beads, glue thicker than vows made in wine haze. Noble judgments bite your neck, her stare counting stacks like scullery coins. Birch armor must hide corners frayed by midnight rinses, water costs deducted from wages. Church records praise bark preservation. Practicality masking their terror of diaper stench. During Mass, one rebellious sheet peeks out. You nudge it back, coaxing silence from crisp margins. Stack heights mock perfection, third pile, leaning like drunkards leaving taverns. Your elbow prods straighter, a bone ruler correcting fate. Birch whispers under handling, its grain recounting forest winds, storms you'll never witness. Medieval midwives tucked healing moss between bark layers, their secret against milk fever. You leave moss absent, nobles dock pay for pagan additives. But steal time sprigs, insurance, mouse droppings dust the chest corner, evidence of someone's lazy sweeping weeks back. Swipe them with your sleeve trash, relocating to the floor. Since no sin exists unseen, never rat out fellow sufferers' messes. It's worse than creasing altar cloths diagonally. 5 stacks secured birch bands, hugging cloth bodies, sentries against damp and despair. Historians still argue whether stacking rules stemmed from timber scarcity or some archbishop's nightmare. You know the truth. Elbow height matches most shelves. Pure peasant pragmatism. Resin glues your thumb, and forefinger temporary webbing. Pried apart with a dull knife. Sticky medieval superglue. 16th century pirates later used it to mend sails. Forever indebted to wet nurses' ingenuity. Distant scullery bells announce breakfast 4 minutes late. Mistress scowls, knowing porridge congeals. Wait her retreating heels echo before locking the chest with your solitary iron key. 3 twists, click heart loosens its vigil. Birch scent clings, heavy camouflaging sour milk ghosts haunting the chamber. Breathe deep, lungs hungry for anything besides laundered regrets. And sneak a wine-stained corner linen from yesterday. Hidden beneath orderly stacks, it guards your future barter for extra butter. Sunlight claws up the wall, plotting to fade birch's protective oils by noon. You shift chests into shadow, stone cold kissing its base, temperature as steady as your loyalty. Elbow creaks when lifting arm stitchery, revenge for folding perfections demanded since dawn. 5 stacks blur eyes misting, then sharpen under willpower, fueled by breadless mornings. Monastery manuscripts depict birch storage, but their cleaned up drawings skip your cracked cuticles, bleeding onto bark. God's artistry, your blood meld into permanence, unrecorded ink on daily devotionals. Silverfish lurk, soulless, drawn to starch despite birch guards, eventually failing. Your toe crushes one scout, vengeance fleeting, knowing generations thrive in nursery cracks. Tradition says crushing curses you, science never disproved it. You scrub hands thrice anyway. Muffled infant wails ripple upstairs, birch-armored linens about to face baptism. Resin glints like smug assurance, this battle won, countless more marching behind dawn's fog. Key warms in your apron pocket, metal memorizing thighs, shape through wool companion, until retirement's distant dream. Turn to part, letting shadows reclaim the chest, birch-bound, order awaiting chaos's return. The mouse reappears, nibbling bark shreds. You permit its theft, small rebellions, solidarity. Floorboards surrender your weight, creaking hymns to chores conquered, linen legacies sealed till moonrise. Breathe. Starch stings your nostrils exit before anyone notices the tiny feather caught in stack two's bark, your oversight, tomorrow's kindling for gossip's wildfire. Tallow light paints the ceiling black, your needle blinking gold with every stitch. Thread splits under tension. Tug not, tug rhythm steady as a heartbeat robbed of passion. Holes gape like hungry mouths, star-shaped, atlas-shaped. One resembles Chaucer's left ear. You darn Andromeda's missing star. First, constellations guide tired fingers. Myths stitched into practicality. 14th century London had street lamps. Historians confirm this. But castle servants still squinted by livestock fat candles. Tallow smoke curls gray smells like regrets and singed eyebrows. The wick sputters rebellion. One droplet hits your wrist. Hot wax blessing, skin stiffens into accidental armor. Mending baskets loom, linen casualties piled higher than alehouse debts, cursed with immortality. Historians still argue whether night mending was devotion or punishment for minor infractions. You suspect both. Nobles loved multitasking penitence with productivity. Flame hisses, angry at split thread. You're twisting, thicker needles snag thinning cloth. Tallow dips require constant trimming. Scissors flash shadows. Batwing shapes haunting stone walls. Moths orbit your flame. Suicidal pilgrims drawn to false suns. You brush them aside. Experts think medieval wool repelled moths, better ignoring how nobles demanded delicate linen for prestige. Split threads glow copper bright, each snapped fiber a tiny treason against duty. Your needle dives, emerges, chains tiny surrenders into order. A church bell chimes 3 times, distant as heaven's gossip hours, till dawn's scrutiny. Ram's urine soaked these rags yesterday, quirky, but effective stain remover. Nuns swore by it, rinsed 7 times, obedient to hygiene laws. Yet your nose still wrinkles. Dutch weavers perfected thread counts, mainstream fact, smuggled through trade routes. But your linens suffer lesser pedigrees. Poke, stitch, pivot, repeat Tetris of textile wounds. Whole edges fray like noble tempers, unpredictable, unstable. Your thimble slips, punctures thumb, blood beads bright as rubies on white squares, suck metal taste, knowing convent apprentices lick thread for better grip, sacrilegious efficiency. Grandma's darning egg warms your palm smooth as a pirated communion wafer kept hidden from priests. Historians idolize these tools, forgetting how often they rolled into rat holes during night mends. Starch whispers from yesterday's boiling, its ghost stiffening cloth between your fingers. Mend following the weave, advice from dead mothers, twisting thread east to west like sun worshippers. Dawn creaks closer, shadows deepen candle, drowning in its own grease. Narrow-eyed nobles would bitch about uneven stitches, blind to their own crooked morals. Stitching grows desperate, holes shrinking like guilty pupils, rancor temporarily subdued. One stubborn rip resists repair, its edges smirk. You stab twice for discipline. Thread frays, betrayal, replace it biting new length between teeth. Tallow sputters, dying, you lean closer, sweat stitching brow loose hairs to temple skin. Bone needles could splinter mainstream fact, but metal ones snag less. Your stash traded for extra bread. Knots multiply, tiny tangled prayers, forgiveness in every entangled loop. A yawn cracks your jaw, needle pauses midair, drool threatens royal linen. Swallow dignity, blink, till stabbing resumes. Historians adore illuminated manuscripts, yet none sketch split, knuckles sewing baby vomit from cloth. Final knot secured, Andromeda whole. You bite thread loose, vow, inspected by indifferent moon. Wick gutter drowns, darkness swallows the room your hands keep, stitching phantom holes in the black. Frost gnaws through shutters. Thick wool can't stop winter's teeth. Morning chores begin in blue gloom. Your breath hangs, visible brief clouds, mocking the absent hearth warmth. Boots crunch frozen rushes, linen chests grown open. Winter layers double your folding labor, each cloth stiff with trapped chill. Historians confirm medieval workers wore up to 4 wool layers, mainstream fact. But layers dull precision, like drunk monks transcribing Bibles. Thick gloves squeeze finger mobility. You shed them skin, screaming at first air contact. Folding linen over wool feels like wrestling eels, slippery, rebellious. Edges never align perfectly. Frozen fingers ache between tasks, knuckles crack like walnut shells. You count folds aloud to ignore pain. 89, 90, 91, silent counts vanish into fatigue's fog. Sun struggles above horizon, weak lemon light, no heat granted to lower castes. Your northern window stays, sculpted with ice blossoms, quirky. But true morning frost curls into floral patterns, etched by drafts through cracked walls, beauty born from neglect. Nobles claim servants feel less cold, superior blood myth. You'd laugh if teeth weren't chattering. Historians still argue whether manners provided winter gloves, records burned or ignored. Frozen fingers tell louder tales. Candle drippings freeze before hitting floor, miniature wax glaciers, stomped later into grimy slush. Starch brew congeals too fast, chunks floating like icebergs, need constant reheating. 17 trips to hearth. Monks would call it penitence. You call it sabotage. Touch linen. After outdoor washing, fingers stick like tongue on frozen gate. Pain blooms metallic bright. Fold anyway, rigor as armor against winter's contempt. Bleach water froze overnight, stores ruined, blame assigned downward regardless. Thumbnails crack, torn edges catch threads, blood beads pink on bleached squares. Wrap cloth strips, secretly stealing scraps meant for nobles, your survival, hidden in plain sight. Medieval winters killed more than battles. Quirky tidbit, no tapestry shows. Frostbite rots stealing toes quietly. Your left pinky stays purple, throbbing reminder frost's first attempt last December. Fold precision matters extra now. Stiff linen reveals every crooked crease. Eagle-eyed matrons patrol today. Cotton existed, but cost more than your yearly bread. Mainstream fact forgotten when nobles demand perfection. Palm blisters break, seeping onto cloth. Iron tang mixes with lavender sachets. Infants starved wrapped in thin summer linens, read it in marginalia somewhere. Nobody compensates wet nurses for winter upgrades. Cold cribs demand denser folds, diagonal nesting style, trapping what warmth breaths provide. Bells chime terse, 3 hours. Since dawn, your feet forgot feeling around hour 2. Stomping circulates blood, matron glares. You pretend to dislodge mud instead. Water buckets weigh triple frozen. Strap marks bruised shoulders through wool. Heft tests faith in saints. Priests called hauling water winter penance. You call it bad logistics. Spring's well path was shorter. Threadbare cloaks mock your layering. Nobles flaunt fox furs, red as babies' fever rashes. Historians theorize servants stole candle stubs for warmth. Yet your hands stay too stiff to pocket any. Breath steams across folding tables, brief illusion of fire, knuckles white as burial shrouds. Count folds, not stitches, a trick learned from last year's frostbite. 97, 98, 99. Every swallow tastes of frost, air razor sharp, exhales puff like pipe smoke. Burned last winter's ruined linen for warmth, frowned upon rancid smoke, scared rats at least. Brazier remains unlit, coal rationed for noble noses. You warm palms on boiled starch pots instead. Steam reddening skin, almost soothing, till matron scolds wasted heat sources. Winter folds require extra tucks, hidden pockets, trapping air, ingenuity born where warmth failed. Fumble times 3, linen flutters down touch floor, with bare knee releases curse. Your bed later will feel colder, laundry work never ends. Feather mattress stuffed with spite. Dawn ghosts linger in frost patterns, lazy specters jealous of living breath. Sun climbs higher, mocks your thawing misery. Icicles weep from thatched eaves. Count folds back from 99 distraction, from finger ache 84, 85, 86. Cold cheats focus. Numbers blur like snowfall. Start over whispering 3-word prayers. Chapped lips split, blood tastes like castle well water, rusted nails, and false promises. Tallow candles sputter, wicks drowning. Folding continues blind in weak gray light. Inventories demand perfect stacks. Height matching, elbow bend, structural integrity fails if shivering. Blame wool layers, blame monks who cursed this manner. Blame goose that plucked stingy feathers. Hide beat juice-stained thumbs. Winter pallor masks the dye nobles prefer, illusions of purity. Snow reflects through window, blinding white lies. Cleanliness built on servants' cracked hands. Last fold creases sharp as humiliation's blade. Stack stands obedient. Your knees follow suit, collapsing to stone. Frost patterns bloom beneath skin, metronome of pain counting. Continues inside frozen eyelids. Distant kitchen clatter signals. First meal, bread hardened at dawn, chicken bones for broth illusions. You rise, threadbare soles slap flagstones. Winter's 100th day stretches ahead unbroken. Fingers cramp around bread crust. Stolen moment, gnaw rage into something swallowable. Floor ice melts, where tears fall briefly, before duties freeze expressions solid again. Cotton's softness remains foreign linen's cruelty, memorized by scar tissue. Another fold, done flawlessly. 23 stacks wait for disapproval hours, until missing fingerprints register as dedication. Yard ossifies into slippery trap. No salt allocated. Yesterday's maid broke, wrist quietly. Her replacement watches you fold, memorizing survival methods. Teeth marks dent her lower lip. Needles rust between chapped fingers. Thread snaps at cold's mercy. Each repair costs dignity. 79, 80, 81 counting maintains rhythm where warm blood fails. Winter stars glare through draft cracks. Pitiless as master's audits, you fold under their gaze. Shivers blur vision. Stack edges tremble. Precision balanced between will and shaking axes. Footstep echoes freeze your spine. Matron's inspection comes early, unblinking eyes miss nothing. Folds stand soldier straight, flawless fabric illusions. Challenge hidden under left piles. Third cloth, boneache radiates upwards. Silent screams swallowed as nails dig into frayed apron seams. Her nod lasts less than frost's first flake. Approval grows rarer than firewood here. Count resumes 300 folds before lunch, mouthing numbers through bloodied lips. Cold preserves resentment like winter meat, future anger fermenting. Beneath compliance's brittle ice, thaw might come spring, or not. Creaking knees obey chore bells regardless. Wool layers absorb sweat where heat exists, now merely extra weight in glacial air. Torn glove fingers mock repairs, exposed skin darkens, yet noble cradles stay swaddled snug. Moonflower petals stiffen linens nicely. Quirky tidbit 19 folds in fading light before numbness wins. Darkness unfurls earlier each day. Work steals dusk's last gray whispers. Starch frost glues fabric mid-fold. Harsh truth of winter's dominion. Linen becomes unmovable sculpture. Scrape, ice flakes silently, knife, slipped from breakfast duty. Vigilance stops bloodstains this time. Knots swell clumsy in cold. Heart's rhythm sinks to chattering teeth. Count falters around 200. Muttered prayers morph into nonsensical numbers. 83. Fox fur 90. Salted cod. 11. Mutton stew. Lanterns gutter. Cold sucks flame oxygen. Twilight surrenders to starless void. You fold blind, memory guiding hands, counting every crease like beads on damnation's rosary. 5 stacks loom perfect, darkness hides. How fingertips blacken, rigor remains when feeling flees. Nobles feast, lute songs, almost reach laundry chamber drowned by winds, shrieks through mortar gaps. Frost paints saints on walls, ghosts in ice, patrons of the shivering and overlooked. Each fold hoards suspicion of spring. Hope dried like medicinal herbs, crumbling at frozen touch. Feet scream inside boots, numbness traded for needle stab revival. Matron's bell postpones collapse. Corporal punishment awaits draggers, your spine straightens, piles realign. Last stack mirrors first. Dawn feels no warmer than dusk now, cycles blurred by perpetual chill. Folding continues, eyes frost-lashed counting, replaced by muscle memories, numb obedience. Wool layers whisper surrender, you tighten apron strings. Cold creeps upward, claiming new territories. Inventory complete, without excuses. All blood scrubbed clean fingers, moving mechanical as water clocks. Missing sensation terrifies more than pain thaw, always hurts worse. You dread spring's hot knives. Shift ends. Stiff legs carry you stairward, body groans like overworked mill machinery. Palms press frosted walls for balance. Skin peels silently, no witness, but hungry drafts. Lower cot smells of mold and desperation. Mattress straw crackles with trapped December air. Blankets lie thin as noble promises. Layered gowns become burial shrouds for nightly living corpse. Bells chime matins, dark hours deepen. Tomorrow begins before today thaws fully. Count folds until sleep cheats. Cold 40, 50 lids freeze, shut at 97. Cold preserves nightmares too. They rattle louder in brittle silence, waiting for first frost cracks of dawn. Numbness spreads under wool you drift, fingers twitching phantom, folds into frozen bedsheets. Your breath still clouds, fainter now, counting abandoned to winter's winning chill. Mold blooms emerald overnight, damp patches like conquered territories. Spring thaws nurture rebellion in linen chests. You kneel, splintered wood bites knees. Sunlight finally reaches the laundry alcove after months of winter exile. Warmth teases weak through cloud cover, a liar's promise. Dew seeps up from flagstones like sweat. Vinegar fumes sting nostrils, sharp as chapel incense. Your rag smears sour streaks across green-speckled cloth. Mainstream fact, medieval laundresses used vinegar against stains. But nobody warns how it resurrects winter's chilblain burns. Scrub circles 10 rotations per patch count, keeps fury disciplined. Bleach would ruin fabric peasant solution. Only vinegar and salt mix stolen when kitchens nap. Sun-starved linen stiffens mid-fold edges, scrape knuckles raw. You imagine nobles snapping their demands with similar brittleness. Spring air thickens, moisture clings, like uninvited gossips. Each fold requires extra force. Damp patches reemerge, petulant children, vinegar wipes, restart the war. Hawthorn bushes stay bare, thorn branches weep melted frost. Linens crave their bleaching embrace. Hang cloth too early, mildew strikes. Hang too late, matron's wrath falls like hail. Historians still debate whether noblewomen even noticed mildew. Their inventories obsess over moth holes alone. You know truth hides between washboard grooves. Quirky tidbit floats, unbidden. Some midwives believed green mold protected infants from fevers. A dangerous gamble with the manor's air. Your cloth holds no such magic, only resentment fermenting beside vinegar flasks. Scrape white crust from lye barrels, last winter's residue clumps like salt spring cleaning. Starts with cursed leftovers. Sun dodges behind clouds again, its game of hide and seek, mocking your urgency. Fold half-dry linens anyway, seems warp into frowns. Tomorrow's pressing labor doubles. Birch bark storage boxes sprout fuzzy gray beards. Air them out, beat them with rosemary switches. Rituals passed sideways through laundress generations. Snowmelt floods the lower courtyard. Wash water mixes with alley filth. 17 trips to refill buckets. Hands prune fast. Wrinkles map out miniature river deltas. Vinegar bites deeper into cracked skin. Laughter drifts from noble gardens. Hunting dogs bark at darting sparrows. You dunk linens harder. Fold while damp. Another risk. Milkwort blue stains reappear like bad memories. Count each tainted sheet, 9 stained, 8 clean. The ratio decides Sunday bread deductions. Matron inspects tally ropes, knots tight as her grimace. Vinegar jugs deplete faster than dignity. Cedar oil blocks mold, luxury reserved for tapestry halls. Your stash smells of stolen moments and attic raids. Dab sparingly, palm cupped like a bird's nest. Precious drops avoid suspicious eyes. Historians rarely discuss servant pilfering, yet survival nests in every unrecorded pantry raid. Sun wins a brief skirmish. Cloth sprawls on thawed grass. Clouds loom like debt collectors. Flip linens before shadows creep. Count 60 breaths per side watch for dew's first treachery. Spring air lies sweet, rot seethes beneath. Grass stains battle green mold for dominance. Breeze snatches a sheet, chase it past the chicken coop. Hem drags through dung patches. Rinse again, curse creatively. But lo, repurposed Latin from overheard priestly rants. Flax plants stir in distant fields. Next winter's linens, still unborn, you battle last year's ghosts. Instead, fold in diagonal pleats. Spring demands faster unfurling for frequent changings. Mildew hides in lazy corners. Tungsten-stiff linen scrapes throat, matron's preferred punishment for imperfect edges. Sweat glues fabric to collarbone. Herb bundles hang upside down, mint wilts beside thyme. Their fading scent can't mask green fuzz invasions. Cotton stays mold resistant, mainstream fact whispered between servants. Yet your world orbits coarse linen's tyranny. Dunk, scrub, wring, repeat, until forearm muscles scream hymns of mutiny. Dusk brings cooler air, linen's final test, folding by firefly light as owls mock efficiency. Thaw releases last winter's filth, dirt melts into cloth, barbaric surprise, beneath spring's fragile beauty. Vinegar jug empties, hands reek like pickled corpses, cellar rats flee your approach. Folded stacks almost gleam, moonlight pities their superficial perfection. Mildew plots beneath surface threads. Count while night birds sing 34 battle-scarred cloths. Sleep won't come till inventory quiets. Spring's first real warmth arrives tomorrow, healing chilblains, spawning new molds. The war never ends, just changes uniforms. Frost patterns fade from skin thaws, ache blooms, your palms itch for hawthorn's sweet abrasion. Fever spreads faster than chapel gossip. Third groom collapses at stables, linens arrive reeking of sour fear. Illness moon rules now, full and judgmental. Its light bleaches color from world. You haul soiled sheets past midnight graveyard, crossroads waits, beyond barley fields. Flint sparks rebellion in damp tinder. Fire gulps sweat-soaked flax. Threads scream in sizzling pops. Smoke carries the cook's boy's name eastward. Historians still argue whether burning linens curbed plagues or just gave false comfort to those left trembling. Ash clings to eyelashes, gritty as noble indifference. Your kerchief hides stains older than this sickness. 17 steps back to manor. Never count burning place to doorstep, tempting fate's attention. Breeze steals ash from your skirt hem. Gray flakes mimic winter's ghost. But summer rot festers beneath. Mainstream fact floats up unwanted. Medieval healers used chamomile for calm, forcing it on noble babes and fever-crazed soldiers alike. You crumble 7 petals into the rinsing tub, petal per gallon. Water blushes pale green. Quirky tidbit surfaces like pond scum. Some herb wives swore full moon infusions stole arthritis from old bones. Linen soaks longer under moonlight, turning lazy circles like drunkards. Dawn will judge its purity. Your raw knuckles sting vinegar's legacy from spring's mildew battles. Yet chamomile offers no mercy to workers' skin. Aristocratic voices echo upstairs, loud debates about humors and bloodletting. You dunk cloth harder to drown their ignorance. They'd faint seeing childbirth sheets, those sacred stains archived in birthing room chests. Moonflower starch brews nearby, liquid glows, faint blue. Orion winks through steam ribbons. Cooling cloth stiffens, innocent as folded shrouds. Yet you know its future holds milk and phlegm. Stack them whispering birch boxes lined with stolen lavender sachets. Fever dreams smell like stolen gardens. Cellar rats flee chamomile fumes, your petty revenge. Their nests pillaged last week for candlewicks. Third bell tolls unanswered, nobody left to mourn, except you and chimney swifts. Grab the midnight colic linens, barely used this month. Memory clings like stubborn lichen. Burn protocol demands fresh nettle bundles. Another errand. Dawn finds you plucking leaves with swollen eyes. Nobles demand scarlet embroidery for protection. Silkworms died mid-cocoon. Your stitches mimic the physician's dubious leech marks. Fold edges inward, concealing clumsy thread, a wet nurse's sleight of hand. Historians rarely note how servants modified rituals. Survival bends tradition like willow branches. Dew soaks through slippers. Another chilblain, season approaching. You envy stones their indifference. Check infant's sleeping face. Rosehip steam lifts from crib corners. Fever breaks or feigns retreat. Nobody mentions the stillbirth shrouds folded upstairs. Their silence screams louder than colic cries. Violet dawn leaks through laundry vents. Stack chamomile linens like a penitence, offering hands reek of false calm. Tally the burned ones secretly, 6 fewer sheets than last outbreak. Matron suspects nothing yet. River mist blurs crossroads ashes, carried east toward whatever god collects servants' burnt prayers. Birch bark boxes whisper shut, their cedar oil scent almost convincing. Linen's battlefield sanitized until next moon. Your palms itch, not from lye or mold now, but the hollow where fever's heat once lingered. Stars fade like extinguished candles. One final chore awaits, counting breaths until the nursery stirs. Dawnlight claws through cracks in shutters. Nursery air, thick with yesterday's rosehip steam and fresh dread. A shout echoes downstairs. Steward's voice cracks like kindling. Noble inspection, 3 hours hence. Your spine stiffens, remembering last season's demerits. Hem misalignment cost half your barley rations. Mainstream fact scratches at your brain. Aristocratic households conducted biannual linen reviews. Tax assessments disguised as hygiene checks. You fling open chests, birch bark lids slamming like jail doors. Kerf marks still mar the third shelf's edge. Quirky tidbit whispers itself. Some servants bribed cellar rats with bread crusts, testing if silverfish plagued the linens overnight. Your thumb calluses snag on velvet trim, imperfections screaming louder than banquet trumpets. Frantic fingers dig for the beeswax tin. Steward's boots thunder past the door. They're examining hem stitches this year. Lord's own tailor judging. Historians still argue whether these inspections prevented disease, or merely let nobles count thread counts like battle trophies. Smear wax over ragged cuticles, workers' hands masquerading as ladies' idle playthings. Palm lines mapped in lavender oil stains. Sun climbs, your shadow stretches guilty across folding tables, every crease scrutinized under manor light. Velvet inspectors loom in your mind, their noses wrinkled at Lye soap's honesty, preferring perfumed lies. Tower bells bellow 9 times. Cat apocalypse, a clock 3 hours become 2. Stack swaddling cloths, triangles tighter than miser's purse strings, edges aligned like cathedral buttresses. Corridor murmurs swell footmen polishing breastplates, scullions bribing hounds to stay silent. You rehearse answers. Yes, my lord. No, my lord, this smudge. Only shadow, my lord. Breath hitches recalling Lady Fitzwalter's hands, gloves white as swans down, fingertips probing for starch inconsistencies last autumn. Tallow smoke stains air. Upstairs maids scorch noble chair, covers, panic migrates downward like chimney soot, hide vinegar-soaked rags, last resort for stubborn milk stains, noble nostrils disdain practical solutions. Count hours in heartbeats, chest drumming war songs, fold creases deepening with each thud, corner fray unravels, silk thread trembles in needle's eye mend it or mask it. Decision splits like rotten wood, quick knot behind embroidered holly sprig, pray their eyes glide past deception. Historians rarely document how servants overstarched linens, buying inspection time before wrinkles betrayed them. Sunlight fingers the farthest stack, goldsmith testing coin purity. You rotate cloths like shy debutantes. Wine-stained apron chokes your waist. Toss it beneath nettle buckets. Scent of sour grapes clings regardless. Fetch crow feathers, dust shelves. With ritual sweeps, manner crumbles at edges, but demands center stage perfection. Footsteps ricochet off spiral stairs. Dress hems rustle like snake scales. Glass pendants click mocking applause. Chamomile-scented calm deserts you, replaced by metallic fear. Tongue heavy as church lead, they'll linger over folded shrouds. Ask questions with no safe answers. Your throat yearns for stolen wine. Cellar rats scuttle, tattletale claws on flagstones. Silverfish conspiracy, theories brewing. Clock ticks swallowed by distant hooves. Visitor's carriage crawling up serpentine drive. One final wipe, rosewater on birch boxes. Death's mustiness replaced by false spring. Contemplate folding yourself into the 6th chest. Cedar-scented retirement plan, alas. Hinges squeak worse than your knees. Breathe through manor-approved lace kerchief, borrowed from scullery maid's dowry stash. Stolen lilac, water-numbing panic. Gaze upon your battlefield, linen legions ranked by threadbare dignity. Victory measured in withheld bread. Last-minute stretch, spider suspends itself from vaulted ceiling. Judge and jury in 8 silent eyes. Pull sleeves over chapped wrists. Sweat pools where velvet inspectors might touch. Testimony writ in skin. Corridor silence shatters. Doorknob turns with theatrical slowness. Your life measured in hem alignment now. The nursery silence shatters. A wail stabs through tower stone like a jealous dagger. Castle guards swear babes' lost souls scream loudest during the witching hour. You believe them now. Moonlight bleeds through arrow slits. smearing the floor's fresh rushes into abstract gilt. Your feet hit icy flagstones before thought catches up. Linen shifts, plastered to sweat-chilled skin. The babe arches in its walnut cradle, face purpling mid-scream. Its writhing twists, embroidered swaddling into bondage ropes. Historians still argue whether medieval colic remedies provided comfort or just gave desperate adults illusion of control. Grab the emergency rosemary sachet, crush it over steaming goat milk, spill half on your bare toes. 17 generations of wet nurses whisper through your shaking hands, muscle memory, outracing panic. The babe rejects the first sip your collarbone, wears sour milk like a martyr's badge. Sweet William's ghost, not again, you croak, voice fraying like month-old embroidery thread. Recall the garrison's surgeon's decree. Colic stems from mothers drinking cloudy cider. Never mind your abstinence. Mainstream fact surfaces through panic castle infirmaries, stocked dried dill and caraway, believed to soothe furious infant bellies. Fumble through predawn dark for the spice crock. Fingers brush worm-eaten cinnamon. Useless. The babe's howls sync with the chapel's tolling bell. 12 chimes for midnight, 12 more before relief. You try the ancient bouncing rhythm. Left heel down, right toe up masonry dust, sprinkling from ceiling beams. Quirky tidbit floats, unbidden. Some villages buried colicky babies, swaddling at crossroads, confusing illness demons with geography. Your knees ache from yesterday's stair slogging. Yet you shuffle in sacramental circles, half prayer, half curse staining your lips. Wet linen kisses your forearm, mildew blooming beneath embroidered swans. Rejection smells like soured chamomile. Strip the cradle bare, disgustingly efficient now, soil and frustration rolled into one crumpled burden. The babe hiccups temporary truce, wide eyes reflecting your candle's guttering shame. Ditch the tainted linens into lye broth, cauldrons belch, fogging the room with false purity. Stoke the fire with applewood scraps, burning last autumn's orchard mistakes. Flames copy your frantic gestures. Water boils slower when watched. Another household law older than castles. Count heartbeats as Lye does its merciless work. 18 scrubs per stain. Knots in your shoulders yelling surrender. Moonlight retreats dawn's first blush seeps through eastern louvers, hunting your exhaustion like falcons track mice. The rancid twang of ammonia rises. No wonder noble mothers delegated this chore. Fresh swaddling waits in the birch box, folded yesterday with foolish optimism. You snatch the top cloth, don't notice the rogue hawthorn thorn until blood dots its innocence. Suck your thumb, iron tang mixing with lye fumes, sacrifice in miniature. Babe resumes screaming, your false cheer curdles. SHHH, tiny overlord mercies, not a foreign coin. Humming tunelessly, foot soldiers drinking songs drown beneath maternal despair. Stitched together composure from scraps. Tomorrow's crow's feet, already etching victory lines. Retrieve linens from nettle blue waters, wrung so tight they might never forgive you. First fold collapses, corner refusing geometry's tyranny. Second attempt survives on spite. Historians rarely mention how wet nurses perfected the blindfolded fold, moonlit necessity over artistry, footsteps thunder past, brewers heading to morning vats, zero sympathy in their clattering boots, pinch lavender oil onto the final cloth, pleading with herbs when deities stay deaf. The babe's yawn feels like divine pardon, wrinkled fists unclenching, gaze softening to merely accusatory, dress the cradle with military precision, tucks so taut a bishop might bounce coins upward. Tip the dill infusion, trickling past tiny clenched gums, amateur alchemy defying nature's scorn. Silence returns sudden as a dropped coffin, your ears ring with phantom wails. Dawn stains chamber walls mustard yellow. You slump against wool tapestries, royal huntsmen mocking your fatigue. Count 3 linen mountains conquered, only windbreaks between you and sanity's precipice. Fold your own shawl across quaking knees, makeshift dignity, a dam against undone tears. Rats scratch behind wainscoting, tiny timpanists celebrating another night vanquished. You missed the castle baker's first call, joints groan rising, chamber pot duty awaits, honors never cease. The babe snores now, serene as untouched snow, your scarlet palm print fading on the cradle's edge. Steal a burnt crust from yesterday's trencher, chewing like a forgotten ghost between linen chests. Breathe in rosemary's last stand, exhale vinegar sharp, regret. Dawn patrols cancel all morning. Tomorrow's pain prickles your souls already, but tomorrow's woes shine mercifully distant. The steward's list awaits, today's trials coded in clerk scrawl. You smooth its creases with bloody fingers. Night's battlefield retreats, linens folded, wounds licked, fortifications shored, until next darkness falls. Somewhere beyond tower walls, a milkmaid sings, sun climbs, robins bicker over worms like fractious nobles. Your spine curves toward the cooling hearth, mind unraveling faster than any thread. When the chapel bell hammers once, twice, 3 times, floor rushes tickle your limp hand, each blade whispering, rest now, before the folding begins again. The coppery scent of blood linens fades, replaced by older ghosts now. Your fingers graze the final milk-stained swaddle, soft as a moth's wing, outgrown overnight. Historians rarely document weaning days, yet castle ledgers note increased candle orders, each spring linen scraps, reborn as wicks. You unwind the cloth's faint lavender ridges, each fold a fossil of midnight emergencies. Threads whisper nursery secrets under your thumbs, phantom cries stiffening your spine. Mainstream fact surfaces, medieval chandlers prized linen wicks. They burned slower than hemp gilding chapel air with infant memories. Slice the fabric into 9 even strips, sacred geometry for mundane magic. Drizzle beeswax across strands, watch fibers, drink hot gold, your knife hand trembles. Some village wisewives claimed smoke carried prayers, Whether truth or poetry, you exhale hopes into rising plumes. Beneath the work table, the child watches, too big for cradle confinement now. His chin barely clears oak planks, eyes tracking your blade's rhythm. Historians still argue whether weaning meant celebration or silent grief for women losing their last leverage in court. Watch close, little badger. This alchemy lights nobles' feasts. You murmur, proud disguised as cynical. The child grabs loose threads, attempting his own weave fingers, fumbling like drunk spiders. Retrieve the new swaddling bundle, stiff flax, resisting your touch. Merchant's Guild stamp mocks you from its corner. Guaranteed nobility grade, promises the ink. Rubbing the cloth between knuckles feels like stroking a guard's unshaven cheek, a far cry from cloud-soft birthing linens. Quirky tidbit flares, court rumors, insisted Eastern silk traders spit on inferior cloth, blessing it with human moisture. You snort, noble's gullibility feeds half your wages, licking thumb to test thread tension instead. The child whines, tugging his rough new tunic, red lines blooming on tender neck skin. Hush, royalty itches more than fleas. You'll learn to ignore it by Michaelmas. You lie. His lower lip quivers, betrayed by fabric's treason against comfort. Dunk the cloth in rainwater barrels, begging old gods for softening. Weather vanes creak indifference. 27 scrubs later, threads relax, barely still whispering threats against delicate skin. Stack retired linens inside the cedar chest, season-cracked hinges groaning shut. 8 winters of stains live there, saffron yellows, blood rusts, smeared berry feasts from happier hours. Each layer exhales chamomile ghosts. Grief settles behind your breastbone, a stone no tonic can dislodge. Tally the merchant's invoice. Silver coins vanish faster than dew in July. His smug grin haunted yesterday's marketplace. Coarser cloth for coarser times. A wet nurse. Moonlight blurs his face now, replaced by spreadsheets, only rabbits red. The child fists his discarded baby cap, wool pilling between stubby fingers, universal toddler nostalgia. You swap it for a wooden knight, just as his wail gathers steam. Choose battles, not fabrics. Your future Duchess won't care about thread counts. You counsel, too weary for diplomacy. Torchlight gilds your workspace, bathing half-finished candles in martyred amber. Twist linen, wicks around hazel rods. Watch wax harden into prison bars, entombing softness forever. Market tales whisper through your motions, Eastern apothecaries. Use burnt swaddling smoke to cure lung rot. You pocket 3 emergency wicks, just in case. Castle winters always collect their debts. Dawn's first blush stains parchment sky, sending shadows skittering under tables. The child drools on his new sleeve, a baptism of spit for stiff fabric, his head lolling toward surrender. Bells toll terse, morning audiences begin. Your spine stiffens, recalling the steward's schedule. Historians paint wet nurses as background figures, little more than lactating furniture. Yet your ledgers dictate next season's grain stores. Stow the candle-making tools. Birch box lids creak harmonizes with chapel hymns. Blow dust from yesterday's cobwebs, suspended princesses fleeing their threads. The child startles awake, slamming palms against stone, testing acoustics like a tiny bard. You offer a wax blob puppet, half horse, half dragon, jury-rigged comfort. His giggle surprises you, high and clear, free from linen's muffled embrace. Residual milk softens your knife calluses. You scrub harder, scouring away vulnerability's evidence. Noble babes wean late, some suckle past 5 summers. Peasant children gnaw crusts at 18 months. Sun climbs your back, warming vertebrae, one by one, a reluctant blessing. Your shadow stretches across floor rushes, now taller than truth permits, which stories flicker through your mind. Sort candle batches by missing child ghosts, 4 for stillbirth shrouds, 16 for healthy heirs, 1 for the merchant's boy who drowned last May. Flames remember names ash forgets. The child tugs your apron, demanding up his weight unfamiliar on your hip. Less milk means leaner limbs, childhood's brutal exchange, innocence for independence. Offer him a candle to hold. Careful fire bites worse than new shirts. He blows, extinguishes it, giggles at your mock outrage. Cold wax pools between your fingers. Laughter lines soften your face. Unfamiliar muscles twitching like a bowstring after decades disuse. Smoke curls toward arrow slits, carrying gratitude higher than prayers. Raindrops spit through windows, quenching torches in the lower bailey. Mud season approaches. Fold yesterday's cloak over the child, too thin ascetic cloth for a world growing colder. Old wives warned wet nurses, keep one swaddling scrap, a risk wandering afterlife nurseries. Your hidden pocket holds a moon-pale thread, insurance against forgotten lullabies. Church bells drown the steward's summons, fortune smiles briefly. Your elbow knocks a candle, freeing imprisoned linen. Its smoke loops cursive apologies. The child murmurs into your neck. Candles smell like nightmares gone. You choke, surprised language blooms faster than you're ready for another linen lost. Stash emotions behind practicalities. Hush, count the wicks. 7 means no monsters tonight. He complies, finger jabbing air, innocent numerology bending reality's fabric. Oven bread scent infiltrates. Castle's belly rumbling, you echo its hunger. Tomorrow's chores glower, fresh stains waiting. But this hour floats between eras, untaxed. The child's breath steadies, new cloth finally forgiven, sleep claiming him upright. Historians rarely mention this, how wet nurses weaned themselves too, 1 frayed thread per moonrise. Your reflection warps in cooling wax, young eyes gone jawline, hardened by winters. Smoke gray streaks invade temple hair, match candle soot smudged on the child's cheek. Lower him onto coarse sheets, relics of deposed princes, their thorns blunted by necessity. His fist unfurls, releasing the wooden knight, trust, absolute as fresh parchment. Blow out the last candle, savor the linger of burnt linen, older than cathedral incense. Moonlight resumes its shift through barred windows, silver guard replacing flames gold. Floorboards sigh beneath your tread, linen chest, locks click, double bolts deter nostalgia thieves. Outside, carters' carts clatter, world indifferent to one child's fabric evolution. Sleep crouches in your shoulder knots, bargaining for tomorrow's stamina. You count wicks instead. 6 made, 14 to go math guards against sentimental landslides. Steam rises from night-chilled inkwells. Your quill pauses mid-inventory. Wax hardens, captured threads, stand vigil twin guards against the dark's return. Childhood sleeps, rough-clad and restless, one floor above. Your palm cups empty air, phantom weight fading, like milk, stains under a scrubbing stone. Fog swallows the courtyard, breath by breath, until even candle smoke surrenders. Somewhere beyond stone walls, flax fields bow under spring rains, beginning the cycle anew. Your knife rests, oil glistening along its edge, a line dividing then from next. Dawn will demand harsh cloth's baptism. But tonight, let smoke carry what words cannot. The East Tower bell tolls once morning shift complete. The East Tower bell's final tremor dies, just as shouts erupt below. Harvest hands barrel into the courtyard, clutching armfuls of bloodied cloth. Linens spill across flagstones, crimson rivulets snaking toward your boots. Mainstream fact jars your fogged mind. Medieval field workers often bled onto noble loaned linens. A costly insult to feudal pride. You dive, snatching fabric before scarlet sets, salt granules biting your chapped palms. One worker grunts through split knuckles. 12 hours, scything barley, thickets fought back harder than Scots. His grin exposes 2 missing teeth. You toss him vinegar-soaked rags. Historians rarely catalog such smiles. Dunk the first bundle into the icy horse trough. Water blooms, rust pink, before dawn pales the sky. Elbow grease replaces sleep, scrubbing, until thumbnail beds scream far too coarse for milk-softened hands now. Priority, the bishop's nephew gashed his thigh on a plow blade. Someone yells, tossing more sodden cloth like battlefield offerings. Quirky tidbit surfaces. Some monks whispered rust stains housed demon spores, demanding 7 scrubs with holy water. You default to practicality. Salt scrub, vinegar rinse, repeat. Stack 5 wash tubs along the northern wall, each blaze, under punishment's fragile truce. Lye solution stings your nostrils, memories of lavender, crushed beneath urgency's boot. Faster steward inspects at prime. A laundress hisses, her apron already streaked brown. Loner linens must sparkle like angel wings before chapel bells. Historians still argue whether noble cleaners received extra bread rations or just threats during harvest chaos. Your knuckles scrape against stone bleeding now, but linen claims your blood as tribute. Count each dunk, 17 today, each fold a rebellion against sloppy field surgery. Farm grit lodges under fingernails, Southern barley fields grow flint alongside grain. Morning fog mingles with cauldron steam. 12 workers stamp mud from boots, their stink overshadowing wood smoke. One stagger steps, leaving bloody footprints. You scrub harder, as if cleanliness could erase futile math. Gray light reveals the damage, frayed edges from scythe snags, stitch-popped seams from overzealous bandaging. Salt crusts your wrists like primitive jewelry, each granule a scorned lover. Healer wants these before noon. An apprentice dumps more rags, fleeing your glare. Infection brews in the blacksmith sun, they said. Prioritize, sorts linens into 3 piles, arterial spills, superficial scrapes, dubious stains resembling squashed beetles. Dunk blacksmith linen first, boiling water bites your forearms. A baptism of second-hand pain. His tunic sports a suspicious hole near the heart. Pigblood prank marked him coward. If stewards check close, murmurs Margaret the alewife. She slumps against your washtub, bruised cheek blooming violet. Last night's husbandly debate etched in skin. Boil birch bark strips, their tannins tighten fibers. Pressure slows bleeding better than prayers. Stir clockwise, cross your fingers, patch the hole with gravity-thick thread. Chickens scatter as field-hand children dart past their feet, trailing chaff and naivety. One halts, gaping at your red-tinged water. Pig slaughter already. You shake your head. Just grown men forgetting how sickles swing, lad. Scrub until shoulder muscles knot, salt and vinegar eroding patience's facade. 4 linens sport embroidered crests, careless extravagance. Gold thread snarls under hasty stitching. Prime tolls. The steward's shadow lengthens across your workspace. He prods a semi-clean tunic with his staff. 2 creases here, playtime, ended with the equinox. His nose wrinkles at lye fumes, hates how industry stings noble nostrils. Speed folds, 4 corners meeting center. Hospital corners, slack beneath scrutiny. Stack 8 perfect squares, rising like a lopsided pyramid defiance in each starchless edge. He sneers, tosses the top linen aside, restack by lineage, dukes above barons, peasant patches burn at dusk. You tally, already 13 hours awake. Dawn feels like last century's dream. Refill troughs, water sloshes over birch bark shoes. Numb toes welcome the shock. Herbal shortcuts beckon bruised plantain leaves could lighten stains. But nobles prefer vinegar's punitive tang. Find the blacksmith's boy watching from the stable loft, pale but alive. Lob him a folded bandage. Tell the healer its charmed fern patterns confuse fever demons. Fringe wisdom, fern imprints allegedly broke curses, but mostly just comforted fools. Ma says ghosts lick wounds clean at crossroads. He whispers, eyeing cloth patterns like salvation maps. You nod, then avoid crossroads. Ghosts gossip worse than washerwomen. Salt runs low. You chip crust from barrel corners, harvesting every grain. 17 scrubs become 10 desperation, curdling your ingenuity. Sunset dumps orange light across the courtyard, linens flap. on thorny hedges like butchered sails. Scrub bowl fold, a chant drummed into muscle memory. Each set completed silences, an imaginary rooster crow. Pain digs trenches down your spine. Dirt crescents blacken your nails beyond recognition. A laundress collapses, snoring mid-fold. You drape hemp cloth over her. Forgiveness, camouflaged as practicality. Moon rises, steward's second inspection looms. Lantern light exposes every missed blood speck. Historians fixate on harvest feasts. Never these shadow shifts. Spit-soaked rags in castle corners. Stack the final duke's linen, crest upside down, just to spite God. Fold lines sharp as famine's blade. Stars witness your exhaustion, gossiping in celestial tongues. The East Tower bell stays silent. Maybe mercy exists. Maybe it's just wind. Coins clink, steward's payment dropped carelessly into a rust puddle. Count 3 coppers short, but dawn already licks the horizon. Your reflection ripples in a bloodied trough. Someone's grandmother stares back, wrinkles deepened by borrowed emergencies. Something tears your apron string, finally submits. Years of strain snapping without ceremony. Knotted blind, hands smarter than pride. Another frayed thread for ghosts to unravel. The blacksmith's boy waves from the gatehouse, his bandage holding fast beneath a grin. You wave back sudden kinship with his crooked salute. Survivors acknowledging stolen respite. Spill the last wash water, watch it curl around courtyard drains. Pink whirlpools swallowing panic. Linen chests thud closed, bolts screech like sealing tombs for sun-rot saints. Walk toward barracks, feet dragging ruts into dew-slick stones. Your cot waits, straw mattress lumpier than a bishop's conscience. One thought persists, tomorrow's fresh stains already breeding in shadows. Always, unforgiving crops demanding bloodier harvests. Yawn cracks your jaw, neck aching. You imagine the fabled feather beds lordlings admire. First birds curse the false dawn, roosters still drunk on stolen grain. Your hands, chapped red relics, parse air for phantom linens. Even now, too loyal to quit. Damp flagstones chill your kneecaps. Just a moment's rest before the steward's voice inevitably thunders. Dream of simpler folds, love letters, burial shrouds, anything but feudal filth incarnate. Harvest moon leers, sated for now, but knuckles scrape stone. Another season bends you inward. The blacksmith's boy vanishes from courtyard gossip, replaced by a waif clutching folded parchment. Noble script glares up at you, apprentice. One nightmare traded for another. Historians agree medieval girls often began apprenticeships at 12. Though this one looks 9, frail as boiled thread. She shifts foot to foot, linen cap, askew blue fabric rough as uncarded wool. Property of some lordling, farm too poor to refuse coin for spare daughters. You point to the stacking shelves, just elbow high for easy reach, standard in laundering cells. Count the pressed cloth bundles there, out loud, miss one. You scrub troughs empty. Her fingers hover over neat squares, whispering numbers. With a country slur, 15, 16, 17. Wrong, but at least she names them. Less hopeless than that red-haired boy last May. Let her study your morning ritual, grinding chalk for stubborn stains, watching your wrists rotate like mill wheels, quirky tradition surfaces. Old nurses claimed folding cloths east to west trapped luck. So you humor superstition, facing the arrow slit. Fetch the practice bundle, hemp scraps, stained with watered wine. Slide them across the table, her hands freeze, knuckles whitening like fresh yarn, spun too tight. Corners kiss center, any rush, rip, repeat. Your voice stays flat, teacher tone borrowed from the weaving mistress. Let the rags teach what words cannot. Her first crease zigzags, threads buckling like drunkards leaving a tavern. You grab a misaligned edge, refold, without comment, palms pressing, until fibers sigh into submission. Sunlight shifts. You regale her with pleasant lies. Folding linens soothes strong men to sleep. Her shaky laugh, feathered and slight, barely disturbs the dust motes. Historian debates echo in your skull. Some scholars argue wet nurses took apprentices. Others think guilds for bad feminine trades. Rebels suggest women taught daughters, secretly transferring power through cloth patterns. She attempts diagonal folds for a nightshirt, chokes the fabric, triangle emerging, crooked as a bailiff's conscience. Mother showed me square folds for father's grave shrouds. She murmurs, words knotted with memory. Silence hangs, thick as fulling mill sludge, before you pull swaddling cloths from the cedar chest. Warm beige, wool softer than chapel tithes, unblemished by blood or work. Infant necks snap easier than chicken wings. You lie, she jerks, fixes her fold crease. This fear keeps hands precise. Morning bleeds into afternoon. Her fingers bloom two blisters, pearls of pain, earned honestly. Fetch beeswax salve, sparing half thimble's worth, muttering about noble stinginess. She folds 6 acceptable squares. Your nod sparks joy, quick doused by your next test. Flick water droplets onto dry linen. Watch her panic, learning moisture warps fibers unpredictably. Greet her failure warmly, better than the baron's third son. Once folded altar cloths into goat shapes, priests banned him till Lent. She giggles sound foreign in your stone cell. Demonstrate moon phase folds, crescents for bum wraps, full circles for feeding cloths. Asymmetry hides milk leaks. She imitates sloppily, stitched edge peeking, like bad lies at confession. Feels pointless compared to sword training. She mutters, eyeing the garrison yard through arrow slits. You huff, pretty nights, faint seeing menstrual rags. Powers a messy spectrum. Her third attempt nearly passes, threads aligned, tension balanced, before she sweats onto the cambric. Iron-scented droplets bloom, ruining 3 hours' work. Apprenticeship's cruel arithmetic. Toss her barley bread, crisp, but edible, flour smudging her chin like monk's ash. Count blessings. Linens can't mock your clumsy thumbs. Worst enemies stay mute. Hone her instincts. Have her sort cloth by texture, blindfolded wool snags. Linen whispers, Silk betrays with cold slides. Quill calluses differ from spindle wounds. She learns by fingertip braille. But why triangles for swaddling? She presses, gnawing bread crusts between questions. Helps unwrap screaming babes faster. Hungry mouths wait for nobody, not even little lords. Dusk summons inspection. Steward's critical gaze sweeps her patchy work. He flicks 3 defective squares aside, better than last idiot. But 3 mediocre folds feed rats tonight. She cries silent, shoulders shaking. You bark orders before tears fall. Fetch wood, stoke the boiler. Move slow, lean into the bucket's swing. Watch her haul water posture, softening into labor's rhythm. Centuries of women before her, mirroring those motions. Moonrise drapes silver over half-folded heaps, tomorrow's problem. Your bones creak, echoing floorboards groaning underfoot. Nudge her towards straw pallet, gifted extra blanket, once blue, now rinsed to near gray. Melisande, she whispers, pathetic as untied threads. Before sleep gulps her whole. You linger stowing the worst, folds yourself, saving her dawns, scolding charity, disguised as perfectionism. Her knuckles, still pale, curl around dreams. Tomorrow they'll redden, then callous, yielding to cloth's patient demands. Candle flame dies. Your last thought wobbles. Perhaps her small hands will fold kinder futures than yours. The air thickens with unspent milk, linen chest smelling of lavender, and futures cancelled. Dawn light creeps over your work table, those untouched swaddling cloths glowing pale, pure as snowfall, no foot will mar. Midwives whisper, 5 babes buried outside castle walls, this winter, common as rotten rye in poor harvests. You lift the first cloth, its folds virgin sharp, never softened by a squirming body's heat. Historians agree stillborns wore family linen, quick baptisms done with wet nurse milk, not holy water. Your fingertips brush the edge, threads thrumming with purpose, rerooted. 7 folds, this first one horizontal, pressing down where a belly should have rounded. Memory ambushes you, Lady Isabel's still face. No tears, just hands clutching empty air like broken hinges. Quirky ritual floats back, country girls believed shrouds, folded during rain, carried grief to the underworld faster. No clouds today, sun mocks your dryness. Second fold vertical now, your knuckles dragging fabric into submission. The linen resists stiffened by expectation, not sweat or spit up. A flake of wax falls from the candle, staining the edge honey gold. No washing permitted, stains become relics, held close as last breaths. Third fold, the diagonal raw edge tucked, like tucking a child into coldest earth. Historians still argue whether 7 folds symbolized sacraments or just fit small graves neatly. Your palms warm the cloth, almost feeling phantom kicks beneath. Lady's maid delivered these at midnight, wordless, eyes red-rimmed as plucked game birds. 4th fold, corners kissing tight as lips pressed against wailing. You hum tunelessly, defying the silence that clings like swamp mist. 5th crease, palms sweating despite the chill, threads drink your salt. Roman wet nurses wrote lullabies on shrouds, or so traveling bards claim, cloak and dagger tales swapped for ale. Sixth, fold tests your grip, fabric slipping, like a fish from a stream. Catch it, press harder muscles, recalling swaddling's gentler geometry. Seventh seal, the final tuck shroud, shrinking into a cocoon for wings that never unfurled. Done, it sits small as a bread loaf, lighter than your lungs feel. Bundle it birch bark first, airtight yet porous, death needing different preservation than life. Stack it with others, eighth lost child this year, each bundle identical in misery. Beeswax drips again. You swipe it with your thumb, sealing the bark seams. Your fingerprint melts into the surface, a mark no historian will excavate. Back to the chest, those remaining swaddling cloths leer up, still hopeful, still cursed with potential. Tomorrow's problem maybe. Tonight, the scullery maid's bastard might need them. Life, stubborn as weeds in mortar cracks. Blow out the candle, smoke curls into shapes like cradles, like tiny fists, gone before you name them. Frost gnaws your knuckles raw, embroidery needle slipping again. 14th holly leaf, tonight refusing perfect angles. Solstice demands beauty sacrificed, linen destined for fire, your finest stitching turned to smoke by dawn. Holly pricks your thumb, blood beads bright against snow-white cloth. You blot it quick. St. Lucia's secret rouge. Flax fields sleep frozen outside. Next summer's harvest depends on tonight's ashes. So the old hymns claim. Folk wisdom sticks like burnt porridge. Even nobles whisper how solstice linen smoke smothers blight spores in the soil. Historians agree Northern Europeans burned ceremonial cloth, debating whether it honored Thor or tamed midwinter demons. Your needle flies, greens and reds tangling, thread rebellions squashed under calloused fingertips. Snowfall muffles the scullery maid's carols, her voice wobbling through cracks in the door. You mimic her pitch, humming flat, just to mock the chill gnawing your ribs. Each holly cluster takes 90 stitches, exactly like counting breaths during stillbirth vigils. Blister swells on your index finger. You lance it with the needle, efficiency over pain. Midnight creeps closer. The hearth spits embers onto rushes. You kick them aside. Sacrificial linens must burn flawless. Singed edges would shame the manor, cost you a week's lard ration. Lady Eleonora inspected yesterday her perfume, clinging to the cloth. Jasmine mocking your goose grease soap scent. She'd frowned at your first holly bush, said Berengaria of Navarre, stitched gold threads into solstice cloths, royals showing off again. Thread snaps again. Your curse hangs visible in frozen air. Quirky tales rise unbidden. Village gossips claim frost spirits tangle threads to test devotion. You double knot, ignore the berry-sized gap in your pattern. Flames will eat it anyway. Moonlight bleaches the linen blue, ghostly mimic of midsummer flax flowers, too frail for winter's bite. Pins held in your teeth tremble cold, or nerves, both sting equally. Final sprig done, you hold it to the weak candlelight, silhouetted leaves flawed, but fierce. Historians still argue whether solstice linen burning began with Viking settlers or just desperate peasants recycling rags. Either way, your fingers ache for the hearth's greed. Bundle the cloth, tie it with hawthorn twine, thorns stripped by your teeth last autumn. Courtyard beckons, snowdrifts glow like raw wool under the stars. You ditch your clogs, bare feet numbing instantly. Earth's cold purifies the offering, so says the steward's dusty manual. Flames crackle awake when linen meets pyre, holly berries blackening first, stitches vanishing seam by seam. Smoke spirals east toward the dormant fields, carrying next year's softness in its bitter scent. Ash flakes settle on your lashes. Blink them away, they stick like unwanted tears. Grooms huddle near the stable, sharing stolen ale, their laughter too jagged for this holy burning. You scrape a palmful of ash, still warm, flick it toward the field's edge. Tradition claims a wet nurse's hands bless the soil best, linen knowledge seeping into earth. Dawn threatens pink on the horizon. The fire collapses into glowing ribs. You count 70 breaths, watching embers fade before turning inside. Frozen toes crunch on rushes, pain sharp as Lady Eleanor's critiques. The linen chest waits half empty now, its cedar scent dulled by winter. You trace a warp thread, rough from scrubbing royal piss, tomorrow's labor already coiled tight in your spine. Mouse skitters along the wall, pauses, nose twitching at the ash smell clinging to your skirts. Even vermin kneel to solstice magic, or just crave warmth. Same difference here. Blow out the last candle, smoke tendrils braid with hearth fumes, vanishing into stone cracks. Somewhere under snow, the ashes sink deeper toward seeds that'll become someone else's swaddling cloths. Your dreams itch with phantom threads, tugging, always tugging, toward spring's first fragile green. Lent arrives like a scullery maid's cough, unwanted but inevitable. Coarse hemp chafes your inner arms, each fold a martyrdom against linen's absent softness. You count 40 days backward, starting at ashes, your fingers missing the slide of well-worn cloth. Remember those solstice holly leaves, gold threads for nobles, charity ends. When sackcloth season begins, hemp fibers resist creases, rebel yarns poking upward, defiant as spring weeds. Monastery rules demand 7 folds per tunic. Your blunted nails catch on every ridge. Northern abbeys kept strict Lenten cloth records, accounts so precise they noted threadbare knees on monks' robes. Sunlight glares across the refectory table, exposing every dropped stitch in today's folding. Lady Eleanora inspects, her velvet hem brushing rushes just beyond your hemp's reach. She tuts points to the 8th fold, technically a sin. You grit teeth into a smile. Historians still argue whether folded cloth edges counted as prayer or vanity in 14th century convents. Your 13th attempt phrase, unraveling the bottom seam hellfire metaphor not lost on you. Breakfast brings watery ale, no butter, gustatory misery loves, folding company. Calluses split open, blood dots the gray fabric, like misplaced Lenten sacrifices. Village midwives whisper remedies, goose fat band, till Easter vinegar stings, but prevents infection. You dip your fingertips, hissing, the steward glares, mortification of flesh, shouldn't sound satisfying. Choir voices drift from the chapel, flat psalms grating your sleep-starved mind. Your folds sync with chant rhythms, downward crease, for miserer, diagonal tuck, for May. Quirky tales surface. Abbots' diaries mention nuns, hiding flaxen undergarments beneath hemp scandalous. If true, you triple-check your sleeves, scratchy, but pure. Lady Eleanor's gaze burns hotter than hearth coals. Frost lingers past noon needle slips, pricks your thumb, penance achieved before lunch. Blood blooms on cloth ugly, but useful. Now no one sees your crooked stitches. Monastic rules declare accidental stains holy, intentional ones suspect. You hover between sainthood and punishment. Day 23 brings rain, damp hemp smells like drowned rats. Stale chapel incense clings worse. You count folds instead of prayers, bending fabric till it mirrors the arch above St. Agnes's shrine. Byzantine silk traders swore hemp softened in vinegar baths. Trivial knowledge taunting your chapped hands. Morning brings no relief, just stiffened cloth, rough as a crusader's conscience. Moonlight reveals your rash, arms striped red, mockery of the altar cloth's purple Lenten drapes. Hunger pangs distract you, dream of folding apricots into linen napkins, flouting every fast. Mice avoid your hemp pile, too scratchy even for nests. Small mercies earned through suffering. Easter's ghost haunts day 39. Linen chest creaks in anticipation behind its bar. Final fold the tunic resists, needs 17 pressed creases to mimic humility. You cheat using elbow grease and silent curses, blessing fabric for containing your rage. Dawn breaks on the 40th day. Hemp discarded into the laundry cesspit, linen cool against your reborn skin. Folds glide smooth, no snags, muscle memory, erasing weeks of ache. Threads sigh, you sigh back, hankering for bread crusts, dipped in real butter. Honey cakes waft from the kitchen victory perfume. Starch pot bubbles like a forgiven sin. Choir bells chime resurrection of comforts. Your fingers trace cloth edges just to feel grace again. Tomorrow brings softness. Today, you fold apologies into each flawless crease. Gratitude sewn stitch by stolen stitch. The castle corridors hum with whispers today. Wet nurse gossip slithering under chamber doors like cold drafts. You smooth the infant queen's swaddling cloth across oak boards. Linen, so fine it feels like mist between your fingers. Noble voices carry from the solar. Lady Marguerite's falsetto cuts through stone walls. Her latest scandal involving a missing ducal signet ring and a stable boy's charming smile. Your folds stay precise, corners sharp as honor tight, creases swallow secrets whole. Everyone knows royal wet nurses held strange power, their milk supposedly shaping princes' temperaments. Historians still debate whether medieval lords chose them for lineage or gossip-gathering skills. You bury a crooked stitch beneath layered fabric. Good linens hide flaws and truths when folded right. That raspberry jam stain near the hem vanished under 3 strategic tucks, much like Countess Isabel's third husband after the hunting accident. The head laundress claims annealed linen absorbs whispers. You test it now, pressing ear to cloth after Marguerite leaves. Phrases linger like wood smoke, poisoned wine, bastard air mice in the flour sacks again. Folding becomes translation, layering rumors into harmless squares. French queens hired wet nurses with proven discretion. One contract even forbade singing lullabies with double meanings. Your fingers fly, twist, flatten, silencing tales of the bishops. Midnight visits to the East Tower. Chambermaids swear feverfew leaves in linen chests. Stop gossip, rot. You slip some beneath the wool padding, just in case. Sunlight slants across your work table, exposing a loose thread where Prince Hugo's name got mentioned too loud. Trim it quick, needle flashing, seam sealed before Vespers bells. They say King Louis VI's wet nurse saved his life, tasting his mush for poison. Though historians note she mysteriously gained 12 pounds that year. Duke Alaric's new mistress flounces past, jasmine perfume clashing with lye soap fumes. Her gown's uneven hemline snags your eye, amateur stitching visible from 3 yards. You fold faster, storing tonight's feast rumors between layers of bleached muslin, while mentally repairing her shoddy craftsmanship. Castle archives mention a nursemaid executed for revealing Queen Eleanor's birthmark placements, proof that ill-folded secrets cut deeper than any blade. Muffled shouts echo from the council room, something about disputed grain taxes and a smuggled tapestry. You hum low vibrato to cancel their vitriol fingertips, tracing cloth's memory of last summer's flax harvest. Northern dyers believed folded linens could mute arguments if aligned during a waxing moon. Your current stack points due north, just strategic coincidence. Yet the shouting dims as you press the final crease. Linen absorbs more than spills. It drinks fear, sweat, the salt of unshed tears. This corner cradled Lady Beatrice's stillbirth confessions. That fold holds the steward's embezzlement, tell, all flattened into geometric silence. Tudor nurses pinned secrets inside swaddling bands, tiny parchment squares wedged beneath embroidered monograms. Your needle flicks, thread knots, trapping tonight's scandal about the chancellor's gambling debts inside a pillowcase seam. Midnight brings candlelight inspections. Hold fabric up, watch flickers, reveal stress-thinned threads. Gossip wears cloth down. You've mendied enough noble underthings to know loose lips fray hems. A surviving ledger from Burgundy lists discretion as a wet nurse's highest virtue, above milk supply, even above cleanliness. You dunk linen into lavender rinse. Let gossip steam rise into damp rafters, dissipating like the cook's untrue rumor about pared-down pudding rations. Princess Mathilda's new suitor sends silk sheets, shockingly impractical, already snagging on bedframe carvings. Your folding ritual continues, ignoring the maid's hissed warnings about his wandering hands. Your creases stay chaste as convent habits. Scholars unearthed Saxon nursery rhymes, mocking kings through laundry metaphors, evidence that even royals couldn't silence cloth's quiet rebellions. You bury a chuckle inside a towel fold, its terry loops swallowing the sound hole. Dawn creeps in last folded blanket tucked inside the cedar chest, its corners sharp enough to wound pride. Gossip still festers beyond these walls, but here, in your folded kingdom, secrets sleep sound as wintering roots. Historians still argue whether skillful linen folding prolonged dynasties or just delayed inevitable unravelings. You rub beeswax into your palms, scent sealing tonight's hidden tales, ready for whatever half-truths tomorrow's wash brings. You rise before the crows stir, linen shift, clinging to damp skin, the ghost of folded cloth still shaping your fingertips. Duty digs its hooks in deep even as summer's heat still sleeps beneath the horizon. Dew soaks your ankles, crossing the flax field, thin blades snagging wool leggings like needy infants tugging for attention. Reaping hooks gleam dull in predawn gloom, tools weighed more by tradition than metal. You kneel, grasp a fistful of stalks, and pull the blade northwest. Stems sigh, their hollow snap muffled by mist. Medieval chronicles describe flax harvesting as women's work, backs bent from matins to vespers, calluses traded for bread. Your palm protests, blister brewing where oak handle rubs parchment skin. No gloves, calluses cost less than leather, and stitch better anyway. Bundles pile higher than prayer books, each stalk taller than your waist when standing upright. Historians still argue whether whole villages harvested flax or just loners seeking penance. You count 60 before pausing, each nest of stems heavier than a swaddled prince. Northern folklore claims blue flax flowers repel demons, so you tuck one behind your ear, staining the cartilage indigo. Beetles skitter across your knuckles, untroubled by mortal chores. Stripping leaves feels like gutting fish, stringy veins clinging to fibers worth keeping. The sun climbs, baking resin onto your wrists, a sap-sweet cicatrix sealing you to this task. Someone's grandmother swore flax cut at knee-height spun softer thread, though dried sap cracks your nails either way. Tough fibers repel your blade. Childbirth taught you to angle the steel, seek weakness, reap gratitude. Dying vats loom, their stink of fermented leaves punching through morning freshness. You grimace, shouldering a bundle taller than the Duke's youngest son, when last he demanded sweets. Blue petals bleed on linen wraps, handprints blooming where you grip too tight. Archival guild records mention scarlet fever outbreaks among dyers, blamed on dye spirits, not shared tankards. Your knees kiss mud, hauling stems toward the redding pond, plunging stalks into stagnant water releases, trapped air bubbles rising like drowned whispers. Cold seeps through your sleeves, numbing yesterday's ache, linen fibers, loosening like a wet nurse's resolve after colic nights. Green scum coats your forearms, matching the pond's algae skin. 16th century abysses banned washing here, blaming miasma. You hum psalms against rot counting stalks like rosary beads. 77. 1 per Hail Mary. Sunset finds your arms mapped with scratches, blue stains etching river deltas between knuckles. Towels won't scrub clean, not yet. The dye clings like royal gossip. Tomorrow's folds will hide the evidence, your roughened fingertips whispering harvest truths against noble infants' cheeks. Muscle memory grinds on sewing stiffness for winters. Yet unborn, unaware this field outlives kings. Autumn turns your workshop into a rogue alchemist's den. Birch buckets overflow with bruised beetroots, their split skins leaking candy-striped innards. You crush crimson flesh between stones, juice spraying your apron like watered-down blood. 5 red stains mean 5 future rinses, a reckless bargain you'll regret by noon. Manner rules demand white linens, but hunger for color festers beneath obedience. The cauldron accepts your offering, chopped beets drowning beside iron nails tossed in for luck. You stir counterclockwise, avoiding the steam's acidic kiss, each bubble bursting with false promises. Onion skins float like witches' flotsam, golden membranes stolen from winter's larder hoard. Medieval household manuals praise onion dyes for holding fast, unlike deceitful berries that flee at first washing. Your knuckles itch inside wool mittens, 3 sizes too large, borrowed from the blacksmith's widow. First test, strips emerge rosy pink, innocent as a noble girl's blush, still damp when they fade to sickly peach. 17 beetroots sacrificed your floorboards, now polka-dotted with juice, for 1 yard of disillusionment. Northern traders claimed mordants could fix vegetable dyes. You whisper secrets to vinegar, beg it to bind. Linens soak overnight, hope souring with each hour. Dawn reveals pink, surrendered to wash water. You pivot, hurl the sodden failure onto hawthorns, fabric snagging like a deserter caught mid-escape. Onion gold glows safer, 2 dozen skins boiled into ochre nectar, staining your ladle amber. Tiny wool socks bob in the brew, orphaned leftovers from last winter's knitting, seizing color like parched earth. Agatha in the kitchen's humors. You saves onion peels from soup pots, her apron pockets crackle with dried skins. Historians still argue whether beet dyes saw medieval use or just existed for desperate peasants between harvests. Yellow linens dry faster, sun coaxing warmth from fibers, bronzing like saint statues kissed by candle smoke. You stack them crisp, their citrus scent masking fears of fading, readied for borrowed infants in weavers' quarters. These won't hide. Manor officials tolerate gold for servant swaddling, if labels stay discreet. Beat failures demand camouflage, tucked beneath bleached undershirts, the chest's false bottom swallowing your shame. Walnut husks call next, spiky orbs rotting in oak buckets, their puncture wounds oozing brown sludge. Stench clings to your braid for days, flies orbit your scalp like courtiers round a pastry tray. Country wives swore walnut dye repelled lice, a comforting lie for mothers scrubbing knit combs after sundown. Your vat resembles swamp slurry linens baptized in murk, emerging the brown of monastery robes. Darkness proves kind, hue staying true past 3 washings. The wool stiffens into armor beneath your fingers. Noble babes would chafe, their milky skin protesting. So you fold browns into midwife's burial wraps. Instead, death deserves durability, memories outlasting moth-chewed finery, a thought you bury beneath practicality's shovel. Madder root arrives with thorns intact. Traveling merchants swore it dyed true cardinal red, sold for 6 copper coins. Roots resist chopping your cleaver bouncing off woody sinew, the sound echoing like castle gate axes. Boiling releases clay dust pigments, staining steam rust red, your nostrils filling with iron ghosts. 5 yards steep for hours, emerging sunset bright, water rinses strip glory to faded rose. Alum promises salvation. You barter honey cakes for 2 chalky lumps, their pale crusts crumbling like stale bread. Mordant baths precede dye vats, fibers prepped for allegiance, linens oath-bound to hue. Matter bleeds deeper this time, velvet reds pooling like wine spills. 9 dippings reward you with sangria richness. Success unravels come laundry day, rivers run pink again, red retreating like soldiers under arrow hail. Merchants lies way heavier than wet wool. You pocket the remaining roots, planning his effigy in carrot tops later. Dye tub mishaps speckle your arms, yellow knuckles, tea-stained forearms, purple splotches from crushed elderberries. Noble ladies would faint at such peasant polka dots, their unblemished hands gloved even during summer heat. Your laugh echoes too loud, startling mice in the rafters, their skittering a private applause for your rebellion. Woad rumors lure you, indigo's cousin promising blues without flaxfield calluses. But sly traders hoard the paste like dragon gold. Patriotic tales paint druids smeared in woad during rebellions, though experts think they likely smelled like fermented cabbage for weeks. Silver buys a thimbleful, its clay-sealed jar, heavy with expectation. Application demands urine yours, collected in midnight secrecy. Privy ditch offerings forbidden for noble chemistry. Ammonia reek burns your eyes, tears blurring blue foam into celestial swirls. An ocean trapped in wash basin form. Dip air linens fed like forge bellows, oxidizing from swamp green to dusky blue. Triumph floods your chest, blue firm as twilight its staying power, proven under vinegar's interrogation. This batch you'll hide inside cloak linings, secret constellations stitched along seams. Only peeling fabrics reveal your defiance. Scrap cloth becomes an archive, embroidered swatches documenting failures and rare wins. Beet pink labeled October's false love. Onion gold glows beside walnut brown. Wool's hair shirt texture mocking your naivety. Manor inspectors arrive unannounced, dusting chest, lids with flour, checking for hidden stains. Your hands stay folded, learning stillness from linen itself, while dyed wool hides inside straw mattresses. They count white stacks, nod at your obedience, ignoring blue-tinged nails from woad mishaps. Frost kills the dye garden beet, corpses blackening in mud. Madder roots frozen underground like buried secrets. You sweep crumpled husks into hearth flames, watching smoke carry autumn's experiments into starless sky. Cochineal insects remain a merchant's daydream, their bloody pigments beyond reach for now. Winter bleaches the world back to acceptable palettes, your workshop shelves stocked with onion skins again. Rebellion retreats, folded small inside a cedar box with false hinges, awaiting spring's new foolishness. Your breath hitches as the sacristy door groans open, Father Thomas beckoning with linen white fingers. No gloves cradle your calluses today. Church rules demand bare-handed reverence. Sacred cloths drape the oak table, pristine, their threads spun finer than a queen's wedding veil. 17 altar cloths await inspection, each requiring 9 folds, mirroring the abbey's vaulted ribs. You count arches overhead, stone fingers interlaced in prayer geometry, dictating every crease. Medieval church inventories listed exact linen counts, flawless fiber theology in case God audits. Cold stone nips your knees, kneeling position required while folding. Threads snag on rough knuckles, your winter-cracked skin betraying labor. Father Thomas cringes, his gloves tucked away, shamed by your practical hands. Folding becomes silent warfare, your creases sharp as repentance, their symmetry reproaching his soft palms. Historians still argue whether nuns starched liturgical linens or left them limp as a sinner's resolve. Wine stains haunt one cloth, communion accidents hardened into rust constellations. You rinse it slowly, holy water blended with well water, scrubbing blessed red from sacred white. 13th century priests hid wine spills behind embroidery, swirling grapevines, devouring evidence. Sunlight slants through stained glass, projecting ruby apostles onto your work table. Folding resumes, linen compressed into cathedral angles, each layer a hymn whispered through threads. Saints watch from leaded windows, their glass faces judging your buckling knees. Sweat threatens, despite chapel chill, trickling where scapular meets neck. 15 layers done too left your spine, protesting its unnatural stillness. Quinoline yellows the oldest cloth age, disguised as divine radiance, centuries of incense trapped in weft. You recall nuns at St. Hilda's, folding shrouds, while singing Gregorian charts, their voices binding cloth tighter than starch. Modern experts mock their holy folding songs until handling textiles surviving 800 years. Moonlight silver replaces daylight gold task, stretching into Compline hours. Father Thomas snores in his stall hood, shadowing guilty cheeks. Final fold meets perfection. 17 cloths stacked like pressed lilies, their edges breathing cathedral stillness. Chapel drafts toy with your hair, whispering of tomorrow's work. Another borrowed morning among sacred threads. The abbess's knock fractures chapel silence. 3 staccato raps against moonlit oak. No pleasantries, just fingers snapping toward the tower stairs. Tonight's linens carry noble blood. You grab your willow basket, rosemary sprigs, hidden beneath lavender sachets. A midwife's tricks older than castles. Queen's birthing chamber reeks of iron and clover, velvet drapes, stifling summer heat. 2 physicians argue over star charts, their velvet sleeves smudging honeyed wax, useless as thimbles in a storm. You kneel by the linen chest, fingers testing hemp blends. Royal skin needs tougher kindness than altar cloths. Medieval queens often brought their own birthing sheets, silk threads spun with silver, though Anne Boleyn's tore during Elizabeth's arrival. Rosemary stems bend into 9 star shapes, tucked inside cloth hems, an old trick against bleeding. Legends say Plantagenet wet nurses boiled the herb with crow feathers, though cooks probably stole those wings for pie. The physicians scoff until a contraction bends the room, their charts abandoned, suddenly respectful of your folded arsenal. Lavender sachets steam in copper bowls, vapor curling around bedposts like guarding serpents. You layer linen squares, each sopped in rosewater, and witch hazel, the queen's whimpers softening at their coolness. Historians still argue whether lavender scared evil spirits or just masked chamber pot odors after birth. Midnight pivots toward calamity, too much scarlet soaking through linen layers. You crush extra rosemary, needles piercing your palm, staining the queen's sheets greener than hope. Some Tudor midwives hid vervain in birthing cloths, believing it slowed bleeding, though monks called it devil's herb. The physicians bleed leeches into a bowl, as if those slugs ever helped anything but their own appetites. Dawn arrives gray and quarrelsome, a son's cry slicing through fatigue. You fold stained linens into secrecy. Blood becomes rust, becomes memory, under precise creases. Lavender clings to your wrists, sweetness curdling slightly with iron, a perfume for surviving the impossible. The stillborn twin demands different folds, 7 layers, without washing, shrouded faster than prayers can form. Grief curdles the air thicker than physicians' tonics. You muffle a cough against starched linen. Cloth pressed over mouths, they whisper hides, but never erases maternal screams. Baskets of soiled cloths wait by the hearth, to burn or bury, depending on the abbess's piety. You tuck 1 rosemary-scented square into your sleeve, insurance against your own future blood. nobility's cast-off armor. Death smells different when linens are prepared. Less rot, more like rain on dried time. Almost peaceful if you ignore the trembling. Returning to chapel steps, you count 34 stairs, each one erasing 1 minute of the night's terror. Sacred linens greet you smugly, their purity untouched by life's messy victories. Press your rosemary-stealing hand against cold stone, scent merging with incense, sin and salvation sharing the same skin. Stars surrender to dawn, their light folding behind clouds like blood-stained cloths, awaiting transformation. The cedar box waits empty as a promise, its hinges groaning softer than your knees. 30 years of linen dust swirls in morning light. You set aside the last oak chest key. Even burgundy wool won't cushion this transition. Folds must be perfect, unforgiving as a bishop's stare. Master Venetians traded cedar across seas. It sent guarded silks from moths, though your linens cost less than a doge's handkerchief. You unwrap retirement linens from old parchment, fingers flinching at their unused crispness. No milk stains here, no midnight colic scrubs, just stubborn creases from decades in storage. The first piece whispers objections, hem snapping like a disapproving tongue, resisting its final form. Fold one, diagonal tuck mimics swaddling a noble's bastard 3 decades back. That boy squalled like a cat in rain. Linen corners couldn't contain his rage. Fold 2, square press echoes altar cloths borrowed for Easter, threads still shivering from priestly scowls. Historians still argue whether medieval nuns encoded messages in fold patterns or just got really obsessive about symmetry. Cedar resin pricks your nostrils, clean and cruel, erasing lavender's ghost from your sleeves. You press a baptism gown into the box, lace yellowing like ancient teeth, itchy reminders of vows you never took. Some wet nurses tucked pagan symbols into retirement chests, horse teeth for strength, dried peas for prosperity, though yours holds only regrets and neatly pressed regrets. Your knuckles protest, bones grinding like unloved axles, each fold a battle against time's tide. Muscle memory fights consciousness, fingers darting ahead like naughty apprentices. You rein them back with a hissed breath. A rogue thread glints gold, snipped from some long-burned royal tapestry. Your secret trophy from chaos. 15 thread thieves dwell in this chest. Silk scraps, whispering of feasts you smelled, but never tasted. Tutors believed stolen threads, confused vengeful spirits, made ghosts mistake you for nobility. Not that it ever worked during taxes. You layer winter woolens beneath summer muslins, seasons stacked like forgotten lovers, each needing different tensions. The box deepens, swallowing cloth like a penitent, gulping sacramental wine. No satisfaction in its fullness. Crossing the room for more linens, your shadow stirs dust into grudging pirouettes, the floorboards sighing their farewells. 52 steps today, half yesterday's count, each shuffle measured in unlocked joint cracks. Smooth a midwife's shawl gray as storm clouds, its fringe still knotted from keeping count of safe births. 63 knots, though memory insists on 65 grief stole too when you weren't looking. Some continental chests included sole cloths believed to absorb the owner's essence. Yours just holds exhaustion. And one suspiciously wine-shaped stain. Rosemary drifts from your pocket, crushed during some panicked reach for scissors, scent sharp as a midwife's reprimand. You sprinkle it over folded layers, defiant green on bleached white, a middle finger to propriety. Darkness gathers outside your candle, drowning in its own wax, fingers stitching shadows into the final folds. The lid closes with a cathedral grown wood leaning into your palm, teaching its grain the weight of silence. 30 years press into cedar, heartbeats counted in thread crossings. No applause marks this final bow. Stars blink through the shutter crack, unimpressed by human conclusions, their light older than flax or farewells. Your hands hover empty at last, palms echoing with phantom textures. The chest absorbs your stare, its latch clicking like a satisfied midwife. Task complete, no notes. Rain taps the roof, testing the cedar's resolve, whispering of journeys your linens won't take. You rest your forehead against the wood, splinters catching skin, letting the box memorize your final crease. Dawn will come, but not for you, not for this chest. Your retirement breathes in cedar's sighs, linen tomb artifact, confessional all the same in the end. Moonlight traces the lid's curve, your fingers mirroring its path, before turning toward the unlit hall. 30 years walk with you, folded into marrow, critiquing your posture as you exit frame. The cedar box waits empty as a promise, its hinges groaning softer than your knees. 30 years of linen dust swirls in morning light. You set aside the last oak chest key. Even burgundy wool won't cushion this transition. Folds must be perfect, unforgiving as a bishop's stare. Master Venetians traded cedar across seas, its scent guarded silks from moths, though your linens cost less than a doge's handkerchief. You unwrap retirement linens from old parchment, fingers flinching at their unused crispness. No milk stains here, no midnight colic scrubs, just stubborn creases from decades in storage. The first piece whispers objections, hem snapping like a disapproving tongue, resisting its final form. Fold one, diagonal tuck mimics swaddling a noble's bastard 3 decades back. That boy squalled like a cat in rain. Linen corners couldn't contain his rage. Fold 2, square press echoes altar cloths borrowed for Easter, threads still shivering from priestly scowls. Historians still argue whether medieval nuns encoded messages in fold patterns or just got really obsessive about symmetry. Cedar resin pricks your nostrils, clean and cruel, erasing lavender's ghost from your sleeves. You press a baptism gown into the box, lace yellowing like ancient teeth, itchy reminders of vows you never took. Some wet nurses tucked pagan symbols into retirement chests, horse teeth for strength, dried peas for prosperity, though yours holds only regrets and neatly pressed regrets. Your knuckles protest, bones grinding like unloved axles, each fold a battle against time's tide. Muscle memory fights consciousness, fingers darting ahead like naughty apprentices. You rein them back with a hissed breath. A rogue thread glints gold, snipped from some long-burned royal tapestry. Your secret trophy from chaos. 15 thread thieves dwell in this chest. Silk scraps, whispering of feasts you smelled, but never tasted. Tutors believed stolen threads, confused vengeful spirits, made ghosts mistake you for nobility. Not that it ever worked during taxes. You layer winter woolens beneath summer muslins, seasons stacked like forgotten lovers, each needing different tensions. The box deepens, swallowing cloth like a penitent, gulping sacramental wine. No satisfaction in its fullness, crossing the room for more linens. Your shadow stirs dust into grudging pirouettes, the floorboards sighing their farewells. 52 steps today, half yesterday's count, each shuffle measured in unlocked joint cracks, smooth a midwife's shawl gray as storm clouds, its fringe still knotted from keeping count of safe births. 63 knots, though memory insists on 65 grief stole too when you weren't looking. Some continental chests included sole cloths believed to absorb the owner's essence. Yours just holds exhaustion. And one suspiciously wine-shaped stain. Rosemary drifts from your pocket, crushed during some panicked reach for scissors, scent sharp as a midwife's reprimand. You sprinkle it over folded layers, defiant green on bleached white, a middle finger to propriety. Darkness gathers outside your candle, drowning in its own wax, fingers stitching shadows into the final folds. The lid closes with a cathedral groan, wood leaning into your palm, teaching its grain the weight of silence. 30 years press into cedar, heartbeats counted in thread crossings. No applause marks this final bow. Stars blink through the shutter crack, unimpressed by human conclusions, their light older than flax or farewells. Your hands hover empty at last, palms echoing with phantom textures. The chest absorbs your stare, its latch clicking like a satisfied midwife. Task complete, no notes. Rain taps the roof, testing the cedar's resolve, whispering of journeys your linens won't take. You rest your forehead against the wood, splinters catching skin, letting the box memorize your final crease. Dawn will come, but not for you, not for this chest. Your retirement breathes in cedar sighs, linen tomb artifact, confessional all the same in the end. Moonlight traces the lid's curve, your fingers mirroring its path, before turning toward the unlit hall. 30 years walk with you, folded into marrow, critiquing your posture as you exit frame. The blindfolded girl enters her boots, scattering rosemary you dropped yesterday. You light the last tallow candle, its animal fat stench clinging like unpaid debts. Medieval apprentices often started tasks blindfolded to sharpen touch. Her fingertips graze the table's edge, searching for the test linen, a baptism gown stiffer than a banker's collar. East corner first, you murmur voice, rasping from disuse. The command makes her flinch. Cotton whispers as she pinches the fabric wrong edge. But you stay silent, letting error teach what lectures cannot. 8 seconds pass. She corrects herself, fold alignment precise, as a swordsmith's weld. Tudor maids allegedly blindfold folded shirts. For noblemen, this girl moves like she's one of them. Hawthorne scratches the shutters, a sound like knives dragged across hope. She doesn't react. Fold 2, her thumb finds the starch-thickened crease slide. Tuck secured without hesitation. Historians still argue whether rigorous fabric tests predated the Black Death. Dusty scholars clearly never met a determined 12-year-old. You flick a moth from the linen pile, your hand nearly brushing her wrist. She freezes mid-fold. Muscle memory serves apprentices better than fear. She resumes, corners meeting like lovers reuniting after famine. The candle gutters, casting her shadow taller. Then she stands, wrists angled like a seasoned nun at prayer. Her 4th fold triggers memory, that stubborn swaddling cloth from Lord de Vere's colicky air. The same sharp tuck, same suppressed sigh, ancestral muscle echoes down generations of servitude. Fringe belief claims folded linen could predict a child's survival. If true, half your creases lied through their threads. 3 folds remain, or is it 4? The blindfold conceals her counting twitches. You shift your weight, floorboards squealing like butchered pigs. But she's beyond startling now. Saint Melangel's tale surfaces, patroness of heirs, said to weave cloaks blindfolded, while beasts slept in her lap. This child shares her stillness. Down to the final diagonal, the fold that separates laundresses from artists, fingertips trembling but determined. Clock pendulums swing inside your joints, each second stretching like overworked dough, waiting for the telltale misfold. It doesn't come, hem meeting edge with resigned perfection, linen bowing to greater will. The candle wick sputters suicidal warnings, half-melted wax puddling like failed ambitions. You smile, one finger extended toward the flame. Duty's end requires symbolic violence. One sharp exhale, darkness crashes over the room, linen still suspended in her hands, ghosts of light imprinting your retina. Silence thickens her breathing, shallow but steady. Fabric continues rustling without light's permission. Fold completed, audible only by touch, a tighter crease than sight ever allowed. 17th century guild records mention darkness trials. Apprentice upholsterers worked amidst extinguished candles, their fingers learning shadow language. Again you command, startling yourself. The word flees your mouth like a trapped bat. Refold in total night, no moonlight sneaking through shutters, no cracks to betray shape. She obeys, sigh feathering the baptism lace, no protest beyond a loosened shoulder. Hawthorn branches resume their scraping, time measured in thread slides and swallow breaths. Folds happen slower now, rebellious edges tamed through persistence, finished cloth cool as a forgotten tombstone. Your palm aches for the candle, habit, insisting on visual confirmation. But truth lives in fingertips, not eyes. Flint scrapes, making her jump. A fresh spark catches oiled rags in the hearth. Weak light reveals her work, identical to the blindfolded attempt, folds sharper than your own last effort. Some wet nurses hid birthmarks on infants beneath perfect linen corners. You hid nothing, taught everything. You nod, the gesture useless in gloom. Yet her shoulders lift in response. Extinguish the candle a second time. Your fingers linger on the snuffer, cold iron mirroring your relief. 5 heartbeats pass. She hasn't moved, linen held aloft like an offering to absent gods. Walk away. 8 steps to the door, grain changed by 30 years of exits. Let darkness test her breathing, test her stillness, test whether mastery survives its maker's departure. Historians record a Salzburg convent where nuns folded altar cloths in prayerful darkness. But night air carries no records tonight. Only her quiet folding continues as the door clicks shut. The chest yawns empty, its cedar belly stripped of linen dreams. Yet dust lingers like unpaid debt. You kneel, palms flat on floorboards, counting splinters to avoid counting losses. Threads gifted back to earth, as they say, though your throat knows better. Soil reclaims only what hands abandon. These folds walked tighter paths. Morning light coughs through shutters, illuminating motes of your life's work suspended mid-fall. The first chest gapes inner wood pale, where cloth once breathed, smelling of hollow promises. 38 years, 13 chests, 924 linens. Not that anyone's tallying now. Professionals priced fabrics by thread density. 800 threads per square inch for royal crib sheets. An exhausting standard no living hand could meet daily. Your fingernail traces a chest seam, digging out decades of trapped lint, each fleck a ghost of urgency. Blue flax flowers once stained these planks. Memories pigment, outlasting reality's fade. Tudor servants believed counting threads allowed deterred moths. As if pests respected arithmetic, yours never did. The cedar mocks you, its emptiness louder than a colicky duke's bastard, echoing like undarned silence. You catalog defects instead. Scratch here from the midwife's frantic buckle, stain there from stolen communion wine. Historians still argue whether thread counts symbolized prayers. 800 for grace, 1,000 for salvation, or just measured a weaver's desperation. Rosehip tea cools, forgotten nearby, its steam drawing ghosts on the windowpane. Your hands refuse the cup. Palms itch for starch's bite, for the friction of disobedient hems, for anything but this awful smoothness. Fold lines linger on fingertips, topographic maps of service, soon to be erased by idleness. You lift the final storage key, its teeth worn as your molars, hovering above the last empty lock. 13 turns clockwise, counterclockwise again. The ritual outlives its purpose. Some continental chests bore hidden compartments for stillbirth shrouds. Yours holds only keyholes and regret. Out the window, apprentice girl beats linens on hawthorn. Thwack thwack, pacing your ragged heartbeat. Her strikes lack poetry, all efficiency. No lament for fibers sacrificed. Turn away, the sight tightens your throat like a poorly tied swaddle. Kneel again, forehead pressed to cool cedar, counting breaths. Instead of linens now, 16 inhales, 17, 18. The numbers dissolve like lye in rainwater. You recall burgundy wool's nap, snagging your cuticles, altar cloths stiff with sanctimony, swaddling bands reeking of maternal panic. A woodlouse crosses the chest floor, tiny armored pilgrim, claiming territory you've surrendered. You granted asylum, one refugee, recognizing another exile smells like cedar, and lost purpose, napkins from dead feasts, curtains from silenced windows, all gone to ash or earth. Standing unravels your knees, joints popping like green logs on fire, age measured in cartilage's betrayal. The room sways a drunkard's dance. 39 years of stooping leaves its mark. Stumble toward the hearth great cold, since summer, ash heap barren as the chests. Chamomile's phantom scent teases, memory of fever nights, boiling medicinal linens, steam curling like pleading hands. Your pension hides in that hearthstone coins wrapped in oilskin, meager payout for decades of creases. Corner cobwebs glint, silken jury, observing your inventory, spun by creatures better at endings. You salute them with a dust-smudged sleeve, 8-legged nuns tending silent chapels. Apothecaries once sold spiderweb bandages, claiming healing magic. A messy business when childbirth demanded clean cloth. Iron keys bite your palm, red indentations like reproachful lips, metal colder than winter streams. Drop them into the cedar void, clatter startling sparrows. Outside, the sound final as a shroud's last fold. Historians debate whether retiring servants returned keys or melted them. Freedom versus sentiment. You chose noise over flames. Palms up empty at last, skin patterned with half-moon cuts from forgotten scissors. Calluses soften already, betrayers, smoothing like linen under relentless irons. Your last linen gift, 200 threads from the baptism gown, tucked beneath the abbey yew at dawn. Shadows stretch longer than your patience ever did, merging chest and floor in monochrome marriage. You recite thread types like forbidden psalms. Leal's flax, Ghent's hemp, Venetian tow, fabric salters fraying into myth. Closing lids rouses thunder, wood slamming shut. The chests become their own tombstones. No epitaph needed. Fingerprints on cedar grain script your legacy, clearer than ink. Sunset licks the empty shelves, tongues of light tasting, abandoned resin and effort tomorrows. Dust already mustering, your feet whisper across rushes. Exit imminent, no linens left to fold, a palms open, itching free. Moonlight pools beneath your feet liquid silver staining the courtyard stones. As you cross into the open night, folded hands mirror those coiled linens packed away, creases etched deeper than hunger lines on a serf's neck. The stars blink infants waking in unison, their patterns long memorized like royal swaddling techniques. Medieval servants retired at 40. Nobles rarely knew their wet nurse's age. 39 years feels stolen somehow. Your spine groans, a warped loom, as you tilt toward the moon's milky face. Night jars chirr from the stable eaves, sowing twilight with their needle calls, stitching sound where you stitched cloth. Laughter leaks from the scullery, apprentices sharing stolen ale, their mirth sharp as broken needles. Walk faster away from linen-shaped holes in your thoughts. Stone steps bite thin soles, each groove worn smooth by decades of frantic trips. Pissing chamber pots at 3 a.m. Gooseflesh rises, not from cold night air tastes like unchained hours. Modern sleep therapists praise moon viewing. Tudor wet nurses feared lunar rays caused colic. You spit 3 times, just in case. The herb garden gates sag, their hinges choked by ivy. As you slip into rosemary shadows, fingers brush lavender spikes, instinct seeking stains to pre-treat. Only pollen dusts your skin now. Breathe deep scent conjures fever nights, steaming cloths pressed to smallpox-ravaged cheeks. One midnight, the cardinal's bastard son survived because your folds held the poultice tight. Historians still argue whether nursing cloths bore coded messages, secret stitchery guiding rebel plots, or just milk and desperation. Your shadow stretches tall as castle siege ladders, puddled blackness collecting in the time bed. Kneel, ignore protesting knees. Soil seeps through worn wool, kneading earth like stubborn linen knots. Groundskeeper Gerard swore Valyrian roots grew straightest when planted during nurse retirements. Absurd. Yet 3 tufts sprout near your palm. Moonflower vines clutch the garden wall, white blooms unfurling like altar cloths, waxen faces tracking your passage. 38 years folding, now your hands unfold palms, upturned to catch comet trails. Wigmakers once blended flax fibers into noble curls. Dew stars spin similar strands. A night beetle clicks across your toe, armored like a miniature linen press, evading your absent stomp. Laugh, dry as moth wings at its retreat. Mason bees hum in the wall your pension could buy their honey, not that you'll bother. Path curves toward the duck pond, its surface mercury still, floating feathers like abandoned lace collars. Minnows dart, needles stitching liquid velvet, vanishing before your shadow stains them. Lean over, ripples erase your reflection, leaving only the peaked cap cook forced on you. Off it goes, sailing into cattails, merry funeral for decades of stifled hair. Moon doubles itself in water, twin lanterns dangling in nothingness. Half-remembered lullabies stir in your throat. Hush, infants need silence. You hum anyway, notes cracking like brittle flax stalks. Jurletus de Solo, some 14th century quack, prescribed moon-imbibed water for nursing cramps, yours. Tasted like duck shit always. 3 steps onto the mist-laden dock, wood groans. Memorized rhythms, drowned beneath cricket orchestras. Fog blurs the manor's silhouette, its towers dissolving, linen chests eaten by distance. Thatch softens, walls slump. 20 years from now could vanish entirely. Your toes skim water freezing, wintering joints scream protest, then quiet into numbness. Below the surface, waterweed sways like laundress hair tendrils, snagging 30 years dead hairpins. Plunge deeper, mud swallows ankles, untying knots tension carved between bones. Eels glide shadow ribbons, coiling where you once dumped starch-heavy rinse water, their movements hypnotic, unmeasured, unmapped by fold counts or cleaning logs. Historians debate whether ponds were medieval laundries. No, Lye kills fish. Trust nuns to invent pious waste pits. Drake wings clatter overhead, its cry serrating the silence, echoing the midwife's whistle on stillbirth nights. Close eyes count heartbeats instead of laundry piles. 12, 15, 23. Forgotten muscles loosen, back curling toward the moon, a crescent mirroring your spine. Frogs croak, basso, profundo chorus, beneath the tempo of your exhaustion. Grope for the dock's edge, splinter embeds itself, blood beads black in moonlight. Suck it clean, iron bright, like sucking colostrum from a noblewoman's cracked nipple. Stand dripping, wet wool clings, chill, forgiving as postpartum chills. Wring your hem, twist clockwise, just once, habit strangling the motion halfway. Stop, water falls, pearls sinking into murk, freedom feels like unfinished gestures. Breeze stiffens, northeast gale in miniature, tugging your braid loose like miswoven thread. Silver strands whip, Grand's Chroniques de France mentions white hair as badge of nursing honor lies to placate dying servants. A single swan glides past, ghost keel cleaving pond skin, unconcerned with your unmapped future. Stray feather catches your wrist, quill barbed for writing unwritten tales. You tuck it behind an ear. Stars smear, clouds unspooling, obscuring constellations, named for dead infants you swaddled. Cygnus vanishes, Draco fades, sky bleached like sun-bleached burp cloths. Only the moon persists, governess, overseeing your stumble toward the gate. Oak gates stand open, 200 years of nurse retirements wore this path smooth, pebbles rolling underfoot like lost buttons. Look east, manor dissolves into copse of hollies. Westward, road unfurls toward a village you last saw as walls. Turn, lock creaks, cook's silhouette blocks the kitchen embers, pot lid left ajar. Watch that doorway 38 years. Now see it kneel, shrinking into mere architecture. Walk stones to dirt hedgerows, swallowing manor lights. Pebble under your heel, arthritic crack. Voices murmur, late pilgrims heading to St. Cuthbert's shrine. Their lanterns bob like lost stars. Moon follows, faithful as colicky babes. No coins to pay its silence. Your hands unclench, palm creases silvered in its glow road dust. powders the lifelines. Historians bicker over whether wet nurses kept prayer knots in their aprons. No, linen was too precious. Thistle snags your skirt. The piper demands payment. Pluck its burr, toss it toward fields. Retired oxen graze there, their shadows one creature, moon-painted twins, sharing your aimlessness. First cottage appears roof patched with your discarded hempen scraps, smoke sweet with apple logs. Second window glows, tallow candles light the color of diaper stains. Walk past gardens gnawed by rabbits, past hives drowsing under chestnuts, past the mill's skeletal wheel, Milky Way arches, expert weaver's ribbon, festooning heavens your linens never touched. Hazel copse ahead, fox kits, yip your foot, silences them. Hollow opens, moss blankets awaiting no one, your knees obey at last. Lie back, stars prick through leaves, your breaths slow as cloth, settling into cedar. 6, 10, 12 numbers dissolve like sugar lumps in chamomile tea. Calluses skim moss, rough meets velvet, both whispering unknown languages. Historians still argue whether wet nurses sang hymns or nonsense rhymes. You croaked, whatever hushed the squalling. Owl swoops, white belly flashing, a phantom sheet snapped before folding. Wings whoosh, 14 beats gone, lids droop, moon shrinks to pearl road dust, becomes your shroud. Creases in your hands soften, slowly, like starch wearing from sun-dried cloth. Stars blur, infinitely unfolding, as constellations forget their own names. Moonlight spills across the path, liquid silver, soaking into the earth beneath your bare toes. Your shadow stretches, thin as old thread, melting into the velvet darkness beyond the manor walls. Breathe deep rosemary and damp soil, replace decades of lye and breast milk. Night insects hum, a lullaby spun from cricket wings. As you step toward the hazel grove, moss cushions each footfall, cool and forgiving, like linens fresh from the drying yard. 38 harvests of folding, smoothing, starching. Now your palms lie empty, upturned to catch moonlight. Lie back, earth cradles your spine, as tender as any noble babe you once rocked. Stars blink through the canopy, pinholes in heaven's cloth, their patterns blurring with each exhale. 1 breath, 2, 10. Numbers unravel like snapped thread. Calluses graze velvet, moss roughness meeting softness, both whispering tales no historian will record. Your eyelids flutter, moon shrinks to a blurred pearl, while road dust settles like ancient pollen. Somewhere beyond the trees, an owl's wing kisses the dark, 14 silent beats. Then nothing. Creases in your palms soften, slowly, starch dissolving in warm rinse water. The Milky Way arches above, a weaver's ribbon dropped carelessly across the sky, untouched by laundry hooks or swaddling pins. Let go, stars blur into mist, constellations shedding their names, as night folds you in unseen arms. Breath slows, stitches unraveling, until even the moon forgets to watch.